Welcome everyone to the Women's Momentum Assembly for a Just Fossil Fuel Phaseout. My name is Osprey, Orielle, and I am the Executive Director of the Women's Earth and Climate Action Network, or WECAN. And I want to take a moment to acknowledge this very challenging time and welcome you all to a space for us to be together from all over the world. As we've been hearing, there's people from countries in all across the African continent, from Nigeria, from Mozambique, from South Africa. We have people from Ireland and from across Turtle Island, the United States. We have people from Spain. We have people from Colombia. It's just so thrilling to have you all here. And welcome you to a space for us to be together. Please know that WECAN is here for you and that you are not alone and that we send you our love and well-being. And this moment feels both very heavy, but also very electric. And it's a time that we need to really usher things into end, but also usher in things that need to be nourished and born. And today we're convening at a really pivotal time just ahead of the historic first conference on transitioning away from fossil fuels that will take place this April and is being hosted by the governments of Colombia and the Netherlands. And it truly is an inflection point on the global stage. And this assembly today is part of supporting the vision, the strategy, and the collective power that must move into the Colombian Conference and beyond, where governments are really standing up to the fossil fuel industry. And right now, we are witnessing a system at its dangerous zenith. The fossil fuel economy entwined with patriarchy, extraction bound to domination, a worldview that has treated the earth as only a resource to be used, and women's bodies, indigenous lands, and frontline communities as expendable. And at this peak moment of consolidation, where wealth and power are tightening in the hands of just a few people, we are also seeing the fractures, the instability, the violence, and the undeniable truth that this system cannot sustain life, and it was never designed to. Climate injustice is a legacy of colonialism, of exploitation, of greed instilled to a global economy built on extraction. And in too many places, authoritarianism and imperialism are polluting and desecrating our lives. And climate justice and democracy, in that sense, are bound together. And without the power of we the people, us, profit is raised above life in the deadly extractive economy. And without liberation, rights, and the rule of law, we are not going to find justice. And even as the climate crisis is slipping out of the headlines, pushed aside by the churn of political cycles and competing crises, nature, Mother Earth, is not waiting. The atmosphere is not pausing. The oceans are not holding back their rise. The communities on the front lines are not given the luxury of delay. So this is a time we cannot step back. This is a time to rise. And at WECAN, I know for many of you, we are not waiting. We are not breaking in this moment. And it's critical to say there is no climate justice without human rights. Egregious violence in regions globally must stop. And militarism is one of the most under-acknowledged drivers of the climate crisis. And it seems like, as we look around, that there's always government funds for war, but not funds to care for our communities and acting on climate. So it's long past time to move trillions of dollars away from death and violence to life and well-being for all of us. And it's clear that the struggles for democracy, climate justice, and human rights are deeply interconnected. The system of injustices we face today are not new. They've been building for generations from outmoded and dangerous ideologies of disconnection and supremacy. And now we find ourselves at a major crossroads where resistance and courage are really more vital than ever, and where our collective work, all of us together, is part of a much longer arc of resistance and reimagining, really reimagining our path forward. One that stretches from the front lines of fossil fuel extraction, where women risk everything to defend water, air, and land. Indigenous women organizing to stop pipelines cutting through ancestral territories. Fisherwomen resisting offshore drilling that threatens their livelihoods. rural mothers standing in the path of coal expansion to protect their children's lungs, to the halls of government, where there's a growing number of elected leaders pushing for a managed, equitable phase-out. It extends to communities already building the just transition in real time, where women are leading renewable energy cooperatives, restoring forests and mangroves, advancing agroecology, and creating local economies rooted in care, reciprocity, and repair. And we know this is not incidental, it's essential. Study after study shows that when women are at decision-making tables, when they are there front and center, countries are more likely to adopt stronger climate policies and protect more land. Nations with higher representation of women in parliament are significantly more likely to ratify environmental treaties, and community-led forest management groups with women's leadership often achieve better forest protection outcomes. And at the same time, women, especially Indigenous, Black, and Brown, low-income women, and women in the Global South, are disproportionately impacted by climate disruption, making up the majority of those displaced by climate-related disasters. Yet at the same time, these same leaders are building the backbone of food systems and water stewardship. So that's why we're hosting this assembly right now, because the leadership most needed to guide us through this crisis has too often been marginalized, even as we are already, as women, delivering solutions. Fossil fuels are not just an energy source. They are the backbone of a fossil fuel economy that has shaped global inequality, financed militarization, reinforced racial and gender hierarchies, and made extraction appear inevitable and just appear that it's the only way to go forward. And yet here we are together today and going forward, and as we have been, standing against that inevitability. Understanding that to end the era of fossil fuels is also to end an era of supremacy, to dismantle the logic that some lives are worth more than others, and that the earth itself is a resource to be consumed rather than a beautiful living system to which we're all a part of, which we belong. And this is why the first conference on transitioning away from fossil fuels in Colombia is so significant. It's truly historic as a group of countries create ambition outside of the Conference of Parties at the annual UN climate talks, a space that is too often derailed by fossil fuel producing countries and lobbyists. This conference in Colombia will serve as a strategic space for dialogue among a broad range of stakeholders, including government representatives, experts, rural and indigenous peoples, Afro-descendant communities, civil society, feminists, climate advocates, industry leaders, and academia to explore viable, fair, and equitable pathways for transitioning to sustainable, diversified, and accessible energy. And this initiative builds upon successful examples of previous diplomatic summits that have led to increased international cooperation to address major global threats, including the Ottawa Conference to address landmines, the Oslo Conference on cluster munitions, and the discussions on prohibitions of nuclear weapons. So the world has done this before, and we can do it again. And it's also important to highlight that civil society and the climate justice movement has been a core driver in pushing governments towards a fossil fuel phase out and a just transition. And this needs to be remembered as we continue to push even further. Since the announcement of the government conference in Colombia, civil society has been organizing, deeply engaged in exchanges and providing inputs into the process that will take place in April. And the Fossil Fuel Treaty has been a key initiative helping to drive the momentum that made the Colombia Conference possible. And many of us have been working intensely on this participation since the beginning of this year, working to shape what this moment can become. And we need it to be a major breakthrough. So to learn more about civil society effort, please see the link in the chat because there's still ways for all of you to participate between now and April and going forward. We know that governments alone cannot carry a phase out forward without pressure, without vision, without the persistent, organized, and created force of our movements, of us, of all of us. And so this assembly today is not a side event. It's a force field, a place to align strategies, to share lessons, to build momentum that will carry us into Colombia and beyond. And we want to carry forward the spirit of this assembly. We want our rooted network to nourish our strategy. We are not simply standing at the edge of a crumbling system. We are part of a living, growing network beneath the surface, a vast rooted web like a forest's mycelial system stretching across borders and movements, carrying knowledge, resources, and resilience from one place to another. What has been growing, not as isolated efforts, but as a thriving interdependent ecosystem, is capable of replacing what has failed. A world that can work for all, a world that centers nature not as a backdrop, but as our shared home, a world that measures success not on profit, but in well being, a world that honors interdependence over control and recognizes that justice is not an add on to the transition. It is the transition. Mother Earth isn't on the sidelines. Mother Earth is the center. So as we move through this assembly today, listening to the voices of women in all of their diversity on the front lines, to government leaders working for phase out, to those building the just transition in their communities, we hold the urgency of this moment and the possibility that it contains. We're not only here to end something, we're also here to grow something new together. So thank you so much for joining us on this special occasion. And at the end of the day, we'll be sharing some very specific steps for collective action. And now with that, I want to welcome our esteemed leaders who are presenting on the first panel of the Assembly, Women on the Front Lines, Ending Extraction of People and Planet. And I want to thank all of these leaders for your time and your vital work and leadership. I'm going to name all the different speakers, and then we'll be starting off hearing from them. We're going to be hearing from Casey Camp-Hornick from the Ponca Nation. She's the Ponca Nation Environmental Ambassador, and we're very honored to have her on our WECAN board. And she is a project coordinator from Turtle Island, USA. Then we'll be hearing from Mitzi Janelle Tan, who's a senior advisory of the Fossil Fuel Treaty, and she's from the Philippines. We'll be hearing from Yuvelis Natalia Morales Blanco. She is the member of the Alianza Colombia Libre de Fracking from Colombia. Then we'll be hearing from Patience Nabukalu. She is the climate and environmental rights activist for Fridays for Future, Uganda, and Fridays Future MAPA. She's on the Stop EACOP campaign, which is a big pipeline in Africa, and she's from Uganda. Then we'll be hearing from Rosa Shigwango, an indigenous Quechua leader from the Ecuadorian Amazon in Ecuador. And then last but not least, Tashiko King from Masi Galga. She is Masa Gagal Kul Alig Kulk Algal Nation. She is founder of the Just Futures Collab from the island of Masig. So this is an incredible lineup of leaders from all over the world to talk to us about ending extraction and moving forward with people and planet. And I'm so honored to hand the floor now to Casey Camp-Hornick. Welcome, Casey. Thank you.
Grazie. Judy with the Panka, aber die Maste Panka.
We seem to be having a little technical error bringing in Casey. Let's go ahead and bring in Mitzi, and then we'll go back to Casey. Mitzi, please, you have the floor.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. I'm so excited for everything that we're creating here together. It's so nice to be in a room, a virtual room with such powerful and amazing women from across the world, and not just the panelists, but also with all the participants here from across the world. It really reminds us that this is a global movement. And as Osprey was saying, that the time for fossil fuels is really, really falling. Like we're really, really close. I can really feel it. Um, I I wanted to start with a story of the Philippines and how we're one of the most vulnerable countries in the world to the climate crisis. And we're also one of the most dangerous for environmental defenders and activists, next to countries like Colombia, Brazil, and I'm sure Yuvelis will also probably touch upon this. So when Osprey was talking about how war and militarization is such a driver of the climate crisis, it really resonated with me. And also remembering that fossil fuels really is something that um, not only fuels literally the militarization war, but also is one of the reasons why wars happen in the first place. It's not the only reason, but we've seen before, as an example of the US war against Iraq and its ensuing occupation, it led to Western oil industries like BP and Shell making billions of profits from oil extracted from Iraq. We also saw that um, researchers have also suggested that one reason for Israel's ongoing devastating genocide in Gaza is because of its desire to control oil and gas reserves off the coast of Gaza, Israel, and Lebanon. We're seeing it with what's happening in Venezuela quite clearly, quite blatantly, without even pretending anymore. And we're also seeing it with Iran. And we're seeing how this dependency on fossil fuels across the world is making it really difficult for our communities. The Philippines has now declared a state of emergency because of the oil crisis and the oil price hikes that's happening in the Philippines. And who experiences the brunt of all these crises, already experiencing the climate crisis? It's the small fisher folk, it's the small farmers, it's indigenous peoples, it's the working class people and the urban poor. And it's in every sector and class of that, it's the women who are leading the families, who are thinking of putting food on the table, because as oil and the price of fossil fuels increase, you also have an increase in food and everything that goes with it. And it's really, really even more, it was already clear to me and us before, but it's making this even more clear how this dependence and addiction really of our society to fossil fuels is only making us more and more vulnerable to all of this. And so we need to be, because with you cannot block the sun. You cannot block the wind. You cannot block the ocean. And so there's so much strength that we can get from transitioning away from fossil fuels. But as we've been talking about, it's so important that we do this in a just transition, ensuring that no community, no country is left behind. And that means, for me, one really glaring possibility of moving of finance is reallocating the huge money that we've been putting into militarization and wars into transitioning for energy democracy and energy sovereignty in a sustainable and renewable way. Um, I can also talk about how um, how the military is one of the biggest emitters to contributing to the climate crisis, contributing at least 5.5% of global greenhouse gas emissions. And it's not even being talked about in the climate conferences in the UN COP spaces because um, it was supposed to be talked about, but then countries like the US were pushed back and said we shouldn't be talking about it. And so now it's um it's not obligatory. You can if you want to, but you don't have to. And so it's really remembering that this is where we are at this moment in time, where the system wants to protect its profit, wants to protect everything that it can do so that it can keep extracting this profit from us. And at the end of the day, with the oil crisis, with the wars, with the militarization, who is gaining and paying, who is profiting from all of this? It is the oil companies, it is the fossil fuel industry. And we always say polluters must pay, but right now, who is actually paying? We are the ones paying. The people who are on the front lines, the people who are experiencing the brunt of the climate crisis, the people who are being harassed and targeted and tagged as terrorists because of defending the environment. Um, and so this conference that we have in less than a month, um, is a really, really important opportunity for us to really come together and really um, move in a direction that actually gets us concrete victories. And I have a lot of hope because we've seen that the fossil fuel treaty is patterned after previous peace treaties like the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, the Landmines Treaty. And with these treaties, we saw that what happened then were there were a group of countries who were a little bit more willing, who were a little bit more wanted to lead the way, that came together and talked together and decided to collaborate. And it was a large civil society movement pushing and pushing and pushing, campaigning and campaigning and campaigning, women leading the way towards those peace treaties as well. And then we were able to get it. And so we're at that moment now, and it's really starting to speed up, and we're doing it in a way that's speedy, but also mindful and trustful. And so it's really exciting to be seeing all of this happening, and also really difficult because we know that there has been so much disaster that has happened. And so I also want to pause and make space for that, remembering not just the wars and not just the militarization, but also the destruction and militarization of communities around fossil fuel extraction sites, and how we've seen that fossil fuel extraction fuels human rights abuses and gender-based violence especially. And so it's a lot of this coming together, but I really think that we're in a moment where we're really creating monumental change, and we're seeing youth and women leading this way. And it's really exciting. And we're really hoping to get this, and especially calling very loudly that we need a just transition. We need finance for an equitable fossil fuel phase out, and we need women-led solutions on the ground, grassroots campaigning the entire way. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mitzi, for joining us. And I believe we have Casey Camp-Pornick back online. So I'm going to hand the floor to you, Casey, to talk to us about what you're doing there on fossil fuels and transition. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, Mitzi, for your beautiful words. As I was saying earlier, we're out in the middle of nowhere in Oklahoma right now. So we're going to be with you now. We found a good, strong signal and we're pulled over. So wanted to acknowledge the power in this room right now and the power of this moment of social media. You know, we've talked often in my past about the web of life, and now this new web, this internet web that connects us in these ways that were never possible before, and how very important they are at this particular moment in history, which, by the way, this is the last day of Women's History Month, right? So we got to go hard. It's a woman's history world right now, and a woman history year coming up, that every day in every way we have to connect ourselves into the web of life and receive our instructions for what it is that we're supposed to be doing, because we're following and we're spot on. So to talk about our individual stories is one thing, but to understand our collective story is another. That we as women have always had a space, that we're 50% of the universal power, the universal flow. But oftentimes that has not been recognized in our present day society. We Indigenous women have never lost our spot in this history, never lost our meaning of what it is that we're supposed to be doing, what it is that we contribute. As we've talked about many times before, the women understand what is necessary in their village. And that starts in our heart, in our womb, in the water, in the air, in the earth, and all of the things that we're connected to. We understand what's needed in our own homes, how we find peace, what is the most valuable thing, which is us and our connection to the natural world, what it offers us in terms of life. And from there, then, we spread that out into our relatives, into our villages, into the places that we occupy. That informs us as well. And then from there becomes that global moment, that global time in history that we're at right now, that is the most valuable time that we've all experienced together. It's been an individual trip for many of us, especially those of us who live frontlines, who live in the traditional way of being in relationship with all that is. We're in a space right now where that value system is the only value system that's going to see us through these troubling times. Being the age that I am, I remember those times when it was unusual for all of us to have cars, much less to fly, much less to utilize the types of petroleum products that we do, the plastics, the ways that people are using even data right now, or data, is something that we all have to be aware of in terms of what it is doing to the natural world. When we speak of human rights, that's important because, of course, we want to see our species continue. But it's even more important for us to see ourselves as nature, not separate from. That our species itself has to be able to recognize that without the understanding that we are part of nature and not separate, where we value the deer's life as much as we do the upcoming children that are coming through the human nature, or pardon me, the human body, then we're not going to be able to fully comprehend the work that we're doing right now, talking about the war, which is generating huge imaginary wealth for those humans who think that their plastic card is something they're going to be able to eat when their children get hungry. That is also affecting the life of all living things, those with four legs, the water herself, those that breathe the air, the ones with roots in the ground, the corn, the wheat, and all of those things that sustain life on earth and our life on earth have to also be valued in that way. So by entering into these agreements that are called treaties, the fossil fuel treaty, there has to be built into that indigenous cosmology that gives the deeper understanding to where the human is in the scheme of life, not at the top of the pyramid, but part of the building blocks of life. This, to me, is one of the most important things that we have to understand, that war is not for anyone else but the very rich. It also is the same thing for the medical groups and the insurance people. All of them are accumulating this false sense of security because their bank accounts are growing. That's on the backs of the Black, brown, and poor people that are trying to find a way to exist on earth. And the only way is to go back to that original value system, where we look at the way that we grow the food and support each other by trade, where the food itself is valued for the life that it engenders, that the water herself has a living, breathing soul, spirit of every sort that we can even imagine, the strong and the powerful through the Thunder Nation, the gentle and beauty mist that we walk through, the very mucous membrane that we humans have within our bodies, as well as other living bodies, that are part of what gives and shares and relates to all other living things. Those have to be recognized before we can even say this treaty is valuable, because it keeps the oil and gas in the ground where it belongs. The oil and gas too have spirits. We were blessed to visit that sacred fire. I know Osprey remembers that sacred fire in what's called the Middle East, and the power of that sacred fire coming from those natural places that hold the oil and gas inside Mother Earth. Those two have a right to live as Mother Earth, Father Sky, the great mystery placed it. It belongs inside our Mother, the Earth. We are hurting her that way, but she will endure, which is something else that we have to understand when we enter into those spaces like the fossil fuel treaty thing that's coming up in Colombia. Now we have larger countries that are looking at the same value system as all of us are. And when we come together at times like this, then we must not only join our minds, all of us are thinking the same way, but our minds are guided by our spiritual awareness, guided by the emotions and intuitiveness of being a woman. Those are the areas that we have to get stronger and stronger and stronger in. You know, when I was at this last No Kings rally, I looked around and there were 4 generations of my family there. My son was there as well, but there were 4 generations of women at that. And each one has a particular viewpoint and perspective from the generation that they have lived here on Mother Earth. Each one is of value, from the very babiest one to the ancestors that informed me of how to go forward. And every single one of those knowledges, every single one of those intuitive understandings have to be honored right now. And collectively, we have to go into those spaces with a warrior spirit, a warrior for peace, a warrior of prayer, a warrior of reality and of teaching, and to accept no more than what is part of the natural laws. Those will always exist. The wind will always blow. The water will flow. The fire will burn. And the air deserves respect. When we go in there with the elements in mind, the elements that make these very bodies that we inhabit, that we wear over our spirit, then we can go with a clear understanding of what to do next. Ceremony, listen to earth, listen to wind, say thank you to that water when she gives you life. Listen to the voices of even the unborn right now through your heart. Connect yourself with the Creator in whatever space that you live, and find the instructions that we have to share with one another. And, you know, really, most of the time, I just feel like we got this. Let's just do it.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Casey. Really appreciate you being here and finding a spot that had good internet so we could connect. We love you dearly. I don't know if you can see because you're on your phone, but there's lots of love and messages coming to you of appreciation. And we do send you our love. And I so look forward to being with you in Colombia, where we'll bring this message to governments and to our collective family and movements. Thank you very much, Casey. Have a beautiful day. Thank you. And I'd now like to bring on Uvelis. You have the floor, Uvelis. Thank you.
Hola, ¿cómo están? Mi nombre es Yudelina Natalia, soy de la Alianza Colombia Libre de Fracking y bueno, hoy estaremos justo conversando sobre un hito que para nosotros y para todos ustedes era algo que tal vez veíamos muy en el horizonte. Para mí particularmente, hace unos 4 o 5 años en mi región hablar de transicionar de los combustibles fósiles era una cosa que nadie jamás se habría podido imaginar. Sin embargo, los entusiastas como yo y como otras personas siempre creímos que esto era posible. Les voy a hablar un poco de lo que ha sido el recorrido de las organizaciones de la sociedad civil colombianas hasta llegar a esto que para nosotros es un hito, por supuesto, como será imaginarnos un mundo más allá de los combustibles fósiles. Hace años las luchas por el territorio que atraviesan la vida siempre se han hecho la pregunta fundamental, la que todas las organizaciones deberíamos tener, y es, ¿qué es lo que nosotros ponemos en el centro? ¿Qué está en el centro realmente? Esa pregunta nosotros la contestamos con rapidez, pero no con ligereza. Lo que está en el centro siempre ha sido la vida, y la vida es todo aquello que se defiende. Hoy, nosotras y nosotros desde Colombia estamos avanzando en discusiones inclusivas, en discusiones amenas, en discusiones justas sobre cómo será una transición para encontrar un futuro más allá de los combustibles fósiles. No les miento, han sido discusiones bastante rudas en las que no solamente se habla de una economía que está completamente fosilizada, sino de una vida que está totalmente permeabilizada. Nosotras y nosotros, desde la Alianza Colombia Libre de Fracking y de los movimientos de base territorial, hemos abogado siempre por tener en la punta y en el centro lo que para nosotros ha sido lo fundamental, ¿no? Que es la vida en los territorios. Hemos estado luchando y hemos estado hablando, haciendo foros, hemos estado en escenarios masivos de participación de organizaciones sociales. Hemos salido de Colombia, hemos hablado con otros gobiernos, pero sobre todo siempre hemos hablado con otra gente a la que le interese tener la discusión sobre qué es lo que está en el centro. En la región en la que yo vivo, que es la región del Magdalena Medio, en donde se inició la explotación de hidrocarburos hace más de un siglo en Colombia, tener esta discusión sobre qué son o cómo así que nosotros vamos a irnos más allá de los combustibles fósiles, era una conversación no solamente imposible, sino que atentaba con una cultura fósil que nos está ahogando hoy en día. Sin embargo, nosotras hemos sido valientes. Todos los que se han parado en esta tierra y han mirado este río han sido más que valientes. No solamente hablar de combustibles fósiles en Colombia implica hablar de poner la vida en el centro, sino muchas veces dejarla. Y esta ha sido la cruda realidad de las personas que estamos en la primera línea para hablar de una transición más allá de los combustibles fósiles. La vida no parece algo que tuviéramos, sino algo que nos pueden arrebatar, porque irónicamente en el sur global, hablar en pro de la defensa de la vida y los derechos humanos pareciera también hablar para dejar la propia vida. Hoy nosotras y nosotros estamos generando movimientos sociales fuertes, resistentes, pero sobre todo valientes. Movimientos que no solamente se oponen a permitir que la lucha sea solamente una mancha que se queda cuando asesinan a un compañero, sino la lucha que se va a tener por esta generación que va a pagar también la de la generación pasada y que por supuesto está dispuesta a hablar por la generación futura. Hoy nosotras estamos no solamente rechazando todo intento para extender la frontera extractivista en Colombia, sino que estamos poniendo un altavoz en el mundo. Colombia hoy es la sede para la primera conferencia internacional por un futuro más allá de los combustibles fósiles. La frase es más poderosa que cualquier otra que yo pudiera decir en el momento. La frase significa la reivindicación de los derechos de la naturaleza, los derechos de las personas, pero sobre todo el derecho que tiene todo el mundo a vivir en la naturaleza. Nosotras hemos seguido trabajando y lo vamos a seguir haciendo después de la conferencia. Para ustedes y para mí, este es un mensaje de esperanza, porque cada lucha colectiva que se hace en nombre de la naturaleza es una lucha que me amerita esperanza. Nosotros, hoy, desde esta Colombia, desde este río Magdalena y desde esta latitud, enviamos no solamente una luz verde para seguir hablando por la eliminación progresiva de los combustibles fósiles, sino que también damos luces para que la esperanza sea algo que nunca nos abandone. Nosotras, hoy en la lucha contra los fósiles, ustedes en la lucha por la vida y todos juntos en la lucha por la naturaleza, para imaginarnos otros mundos. Así, las organizaciones de primera base vamos a lograr acabar este mundo fósil que nos está ahogando. Así todos nosotros vamos a poder mirar un futuro. Así la humanidad va a poder vivir en paz, no solamente con la naturaleza, sino consigo mismos. Los invito y los espero en Colombia, en esta nación que hoy vive de esperanza, en esa cumbre en la que nos vamos a encontrar, a luchar por la vida y a poner en el centro lo que nunca debe desaparecer. Y siempre, siempre, queridas compañeras, hay que poner en el centro la vida, porque ¿qué sería de nosotros en una lucha por la vida si cada tanto estamos abandonando la propia? Les invito no solamente a colaborar, a alegrarse, a bailar, a vivir la conferencia, sino también a conocer a la gente, a toda la gente, a conocer el territorio, a bailar como nunca han bailado, a sentir el calor de Santa Marta, a visitar los lugares mágicos, a ver el mar, a ver los ríos, a ver las montañas, a sentir por qué es que en esta tierra esa conferencia es algo más allá que una conferencia, es la reivindicación de la misma vida. Así que acá los espero y acá las espero, con mucho amor y mucho cariño, desde esta Colombia que hoy está dispuesta a darle la bienvenida a un futuro más allá de los combustibles fósiles.
Thank you so much for your wonderful message, Uvelis, and for welcoming us to Colombia. I know that the WECAN team will be there and many others. And for those of you who won't be in Colombia, we will be having different live streams and reporting out on our social media. And we carry this same spirit of hope that you shared with us, Uvelis. Thank you so much for your wonderful comments and welcoming. And now I'm glad to hand the floor now to Patience Nabukali. Patience, you have the floor. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much, everyone. And I'm honored to be in such a very, very, very powerful space, hearing from fellow youth, fellow women. I'm so privileged. And being in this space reminds me of gone are the days when we used to live in the village, wake up to flying birds, wake up to my grandmother calling us for a well-prepared meal from the garden, us moving around the forests, running, and it's normal. Like, we no longer do these things. We no longer hear monkeys flying from this tree to the other tree. We are no longer hearing these sweet sounds of birds, but all we hear and all we wake up to are the news of wars happening, or news of children dying, news of countries being bombed, like Palestine, like Iran, all these countries coming. These are the things we are waking up to, and this is really, really so sad. Well, as well said, my name is Patience Nabukalu, and I am a climate activist from Uganda, a country on a front line of a crisis we did not create. For me, the harm of fossil fuel industry are not abstract, they are lived realities. These are stories of communities displaced from their land, farmers losing their livelihoods, and families pushed deeper into poverty in the name of development. The East African crude oil pipeline is one of the clearest examples of this injustice. This pipeline stretches over 1,400 kilometers, cutting across communities, forests, wetlands, vital ecosystems. It's expected to affect more than 100,000 people, many of whom depend directly on the land for survival. I have met community members who were forced off their land with inadequate compensation, or some are still waiting years later. In the meantime, they cannot farm, they cannot feed their families, and they cannot move forward with their livelihoods. Already over 13,000 people have been physically displaced, and many more have lost access to their livelihoods. This is not just environmental harm, it is a human rights crisis. And the risk does not stop there. The pipeline will pass near critical water sources, including areas connected to Lake Victoria, which support over 40 million people across East Africa. One oil spill could have devastating consequences for millions. And beyond Uganda, we are feeling escalating climate crisis. In Africa, climate change is already pushing millions into vulnerability. Droughts are becoming more frequent. Floods are more destructive. Seasons are no longer predictable. For communities that rely on nature, this is devastating. Fossil fuels are at the center of this crisis. The East African crude oil pipeline alone is expected to generate up to 379 million tons of carbon emissions over its lifetime, fueling a global crisis that we are already struggling to survive. And yet, Africa contributes less than 4% of the total global emissions, but we are among the hardest hit. We cannot talk about justice without talking about a fossil fuel phase out. Because what we are witnessing is not just about environmental degradation. It is violence against people, against cultures, and against future generations. Ending fossil fuels is not optional. It is necessary for survival. We need a just transition, one that protects workers, respects communities, and invests in clean, renewable energy that does not destroy lives. Our voices, especially from the global south, must be heard, because we are not just victims of this crisis. We are leaders in the fight for a better and more just future. And we will continue to resist projects like the East African Crude Oil Pipeline, because our land, our water, and our lives are worth more than the oil. People who are planning to go to Colombia, I really encourage us to really push for a just transition. This is not about Colombia alone. This is not about Africa alone. This is not only about any country, but this is justice for everyone. The future we want starts with us, and I'm believing in this event that has been organized. I've been campaigning against the East African Crude Oil Pipeline for the past 4 or 5 years, and this is such a big step for us who have been fighting against these big projects, extractivism, neocolonialism, because these companies are actually carrying out neocolonialism in our countries, where we are losing everything for them, and at a cost of our people's lives, at a cost of our future, at a cost of young children, and at a cost of our own land. Yeah, so thank you very much. I've tried so much to be brief, and I'm really like honored, and Thank you so much, WECAN, for such a big event. Yeah, looking forward to more and more powerful events like these ones. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Patience. Really appreciate your words and also the incredible work you're doing to fight the East African crude oil pipeline. We're very honored to have a partnership with Patience. We've been meeting with banks over the years to stop this pipeline and stop investment into this pipeline, as you said, which would be completely devastating. And together we will continue to struggle against governments around this fossil fuel expansion. And one of the biggest reasons that we need to really support this conference in Colombia, and as you said, to stop this fossil fuel agenda for the whole world. So thank you very much for your work, your hard work, and your effort, which we will continue to support you in. I'm very honored now to bring on to the session Rosa from Ecuador. Rosa, you have the floor. And just to remind people to please use your interpretation button for people who are speaking in other languages. Thank you, Rosa. Muchas gracias.
Buenas tardes, me siento muy orgullosa de ser parte de este evento. Hoy les voy a contar sobre la contaminación del petróleo en nuestros territorios. Mi nombre es Rosa Chihuango, fui presidenta de la Comuna Marumesa en el año 2025. Soy delegada de la Asamblea General de la FECUNAE. La FECUNAE significa Federación de Comunas de Unión de Nativos de la Amazonía Ecuatoriana. Soy mujer quichua, muy orgullosamente. Soy napurunas porque vivimos a las orillas del gran río Napo. Para nosotros es sagrado el río. Vivimos nosotros a las orillas del río Napo con nuestras propias idiomas, con nuestra propia cultura y tradiciones. Para los hombres, mujeres, niños, quichuas, el río es todo, porque en el río encontramos la felicidad, en el río encontramos la sabiduría, la sanación, la alimentación. En el río se veía a hombres, a mujeres, niños en la noche, en el día, con sus quillas, con sus remos, con su palanca, pescar, realizando las pescas. Se veía el río Napo. En el río Napo se veía a niños corretear en las playas. En las tardes se veía acampándose, se veía haciendo una deliciosa merienda con unos deliciosos pescados acompañando de una rica chicha. En las tardes se veía a mujeres lavando sus ropas, lavando sus ollas, los niños felices nadando, disfrutando del río, correteando en las playas. Las mujeres salíamos a pescar, las mujeres cultivábamos en las islas, sembrábamos yuca, verde, maíz, disfrutábamos de la pesca. Cuando pescábamos bastante, compartíamos en familia y también nosotros vendíamos los pescados para llevar algo para nuestro hogar, para la salud, para la alimentación, para la vestimenta. El río nos daba felicidad, nos daba también un apoyo económico, pero todo eso cambió el 7 de abril del 2020. El río Napo sufrió una terrible contaminación, derramó el petróleo. Una llamada de una cuñada me alarmó, me dijo: Rosy, el río está crecido, tu canoa. Y también me dijo: creo que vamos a morir. Yo le dije: ¿por qué? ¿Qué pasó? Huele a veneno, dicen que es petróleo. Y fue así. Al día siguiente se vio todas las playas, los ríos, las islas llenos de crudo. Las personas que salieron a pescar al río sin saber lo que estaba pasando, regresaron con las atarrayas, con las redes manchadas de crudo, pero sin pescado. Esos días, esos meses, quedamos sin agua, quedamos sin alimento. Las autoridades no pronunciaron, pero con tanta exigencia llegaron las de la empresa con kit de alimento que nosotros desconocíamos totalmente. No sabíamos cómo preparar esos alimentos, porque para el pueblo quichua, para los indígenas, es todo natural, la comida es natural. Nos dieron agua, pero en el agua pensamos que era para cocinar y no era para cocinar, era solo para beber. Cuando cocinábamos el agua se volvía negro. Es así que, es así que nosotros desde ahí venimos sufriendo. Ahora el río está muy triste, el río está enfermo, ya no se le ve a los peces, las playas se han quedado silencios, nadie juega, nadie pesca, nadie se baña, nadie va a pescar. En verdad, la cultura quichua, la cultura de los napurunas, se está perdiendo. Ahora nos toca comprar, salir al coca, comprar tilapias, comprar pescado de agua salada. Eso nos está afectando mucho. Los niños se han enfermado de anemia, de infecciones a la piel. Los niños que tienen prohibición de jugar en la playa, tienen prohibición de bañarse. Los mayores psicológicamente están tristes porque no saben qué comer, porque antes salían a pescar y tenían su alimento, pero ahora ya no. Desde allí vemos nosotros las plantas sucios, las plantas marchitados, secos, ya no hay cómo cultivar en las islas, ya no hay cómo, ya se acabó toda la felicidad. Desde hace entonces venimos pidiendo justicia como mujeres, niños, mayores, que queremos que nos regresen la felicidad, queremos, queremos seguir pescando, queremos seguir siendo libres en nuestros ríos. Los napurunas nos sentimos bien tristes. Desde ese año entonces, los jueces de Orellana nos dijeron que la contaminación en el río no existía, que todo estaba limpio, que no habían afectado nuestros derechos, pero no es así. El río sigue contaminado, el río sigue enfermo. Pero la Corte Constitucional del Ecuador, el juez más alto, nos dio la razón a medias. Dijo que los jueces de Orellana debían escucharnos. Y es así que nuevamente estamos con juicio, pidiendo justicia, pidiendo nuestra felicidad, pidiendo que nos reparen la naturaleza, pidiendo que nos ayuden en salud, que nos garanticen un agua segura, un agua saludable, que nos den una alimentación nutritiva para nuestra gente. Ya no queremos más contaminación, queremos felicidad. Yo espero y aspiro que esta voz, mi voz como mujer quichua, sea escuchada para todos y que digamos no más a las empresas petroleras. Y muchas gracias.
Thank you so much, Rosa, for your hard work. And I'm really heartbroken to see all those images and to hear your story. Please feel our love and care for your community and know that we stand with you. And also for those of you who are interested, we're putting links in the chat for all the different women who are speaking to support their efforts so you can learn more about them. And also at WECAN, we have specific projects in Ecuador to stand with women land defenders to protect the forest and also do reforestation work. And I just wanted to mention, very importantly, the Escazú agreement, which we will put links into the chat about different ways that women land defenders specifically can be protected from violence and other harms that come to them for their land defense work. And so we have this toolkit around the Escazú agreement to support women land defenders, particularly in the Latin American region. And so I wanted to bring that into the conversation as well. And thank you, Rosa, for your presentation and your hard work. And then the last person on this panel, last but not least, is Toshiko. And I give you the floor, Toshiko. Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Kapabalu. Good morning, everyone, or perhaps good day, good evening, wherever you're calling from. I'm actually in the city at the moment, not on the islands. So I'm in a city called Melbourne, so-called Melbourne, traditional name Nam. And I just want to acknowledge the traditional custodians and incredible leaders, both elders past and present, that continue to endure, and I honor their footprints and really want to extend that to all incredible people here online and to your elders and communities. And so I just, really want to echo the sentiments of really being here in this space, and actually shout out to everyone that's made it here to sort of really hear our conversations, because this is about people power and building movements and how together we can, overcome some of the greatest challenges that we are facing. And so my story probably is a little bit different in terms of ending extraction. This and fossil fuel companies. I guess I did a visual aid to help support perhaps some of the what I'm sort of sharing to help everyone in this space. So excuse me, I can share my page, which is exciting. And yes, present. Let's go full screen. Okay, so I just really so I'm the founder of Just Futures Collab, and we're redefining collaborative giving. One of the big reasons of why I sort of came, honored to be in this space is because climate finance is one of the biggest, I guess, focus areas that we've been talking about for a very long time. And so my story starts from a little tiny island, and I'm part of the indigenous people of so-called Australia. So I come from a tiny island, as you can see, between Papua New Guinea and Australia. And right now, sea levels are rising. King tides are threatening my island home. And I've actually up to my third grandparents picking up bones like seashells off the beach. And so um, this is one of our first barriers to protecting our island home. And this is nothing new. There have been so many incredible people from the Pacific Island relatives that have been standing strong, especially here in the global south, and incredible women fighting to protect island homes, and putting 1.5 on the map and continuing to show up in spaces with mana. But our beautiful coconut tree is our tree of life, and it's also our first barrier, our first protective barrier from oceans rising. And so I'll quickly just stop there for a second and, share that, this is a part of like cultural practices being destroyed, where I've witnessed firsthand those impacts of climate. And so it's actually how Australia, being a rogue fossil fuel nation, is not only being detrimental to the land of so many of the incredible nations right across our nation, they're indirectly harming our country and our ocean and our homes and cultural sites and stories. And exactly what sort of, Auntie Casey was sharing, that we are in relation to our natural ecosystem. When country is hurting, we are hurting. And so, um, this came from, I think, like Rosa using a litigation case. So some people might know, some people may not, but I was able to support my family in a case called the Torres Strait Eight with the litigation lawyers Client Earth, based out of the UK, that took our voices against the Australian government for not reducing their emissions by 1.5. And we took our voices to the United Nations Human Rights Committee. Their case was never about legal recognition. It was actually about truth. Truth that climate change is not a future threat, but a real lived reality for our communities. In that region, there is 150 islands, but we are at risk of being displaced in a developed nation that will be so harmful to not only our island communities, but our culture. Importantly, um, the truth was that we saw rising seas are, contaminating freshwater, eroding culture and identity and sovereignty. And, the, I guess a really big win was that the case delivered outcomes. It set precedent for all Indigenous people globally. The committee found that Australia was in fact violating our human rights, and it affirms that governments have a legal duty to protect communities from climate harm. And it called for meaningful remedies, including compensation and genuine adaptation measures shaped by community. While this is a landmark, it was not enough. And so, one of the challenges that I saw was that because while climate finance mechanisms have now been established globally, the reality is stark. Access remains largely in the hands of developed nations and institutions. There really is no clear, just blueprint for how funds will reach communities and no certainty of how much will flow. And really, no guarantee of the most affected will be the ones who survive. And so there was a gap that was left between promises made and justice delivered. And one of those really big overcoming, I think, something that I've had to grapple with was that even if you're in the global south, even if you are Indigenous, even if you won a case on loss and damage and your nation had to do everything it could to make sure that you can remain on your homelands, we weren't eligible to access, green climate finance mechanisms right now, on the global stage. And then in Australia, lobbying for adaptation measures, we weren't able to. It was just such a hard journey to be able to access resources for a nation that told us to relocate. And so that was probably a little bit intense then, but here in Australia, that gap just deepened. And so this is a country that continues to expand fossil fuel extraction. Like in the last 3 months, we've extended mines of gas. And then with this, the geopolitical landscape of militarization, we're also seeing more approvals for resources that have not been used to be able to make these weapons. And so we are a nation where extraction happens on Indigenous land without free, prior, and informed consent. A nation that is contributing to the very tipping points that is drowning our island home, and especially for our many relatives across the Pacific. This is not just environmental harm, this is ongoing extraction of people and planet. You know this, we know this. It's like we must continue to share that and shift the Overton window. And so when we talk about trillions of loss and damage and billions required for adaptation, and yet frontline communities, the very people holding the line, are still navigating the barriers to access, unclear pathways and systems. So the question really became for me in the meantime, like what do we do in the meantime while we push for systems for change? And so this is why Just Futures CoLab exists. It was born in the kitchen with with my matriarchy. It was born over food, talking about, well, my family didn't understand the word philanthropy. but that was that colonial word that was used. It was more, we've been serving and being there together with our families. That's what that is. And so it was really shifting the narrative of how we access, creating models where resources flow directly to communities and not through layers of bureaucracy, but through trust, where decisions are not extracted from people, but made by them, where Indigenous leadership is not consulted, but really centered. And so it was about resourcing local solutions, resourcing communities to drive change on their own terms. And in doing so, shifting the biggest systems that have failed us. And I think Osprey shared earlier, like, this is these financial systems or these systems existing right now are working in practice what they were designed to do. They're not necessarily broken, they're just unjust and they're not equitable. And so, what we're building is different story about wealth, one that moves accumulation to redistribution, from control to community, from extraction to regeneration. And we've heard the statistics about how much money is redirected to, the original caretakers that have cared for this land and our waterways and our mountains and our cultural stories for millennia. And so it's about putting that back in the hands, and especially in the hands of women, where we know we are guided by that ancestral knowledge. And so, this has really been, really a big part of how we got here, like how I got here. And so I think sort of now, thinking about time and how much we have left, how this sort of relates to, Santa Marta moment, as we, near the first incredible just transition away from fossil fuels. Uh, you know, I wanted to share how climate finance really connects to this. And it essentially is basically the spine of the whole conference, not a side conversation. It's about how we are going from ambition to implementation. Santa Marta is explicitly about moving promises to delivery. So it's about how can climate finance become the bridge between the political will and material change. We're when we're looking at this and rewiring the systems, we are rewiring the financial flows. And so not just more money, but changing where and who controls it. We're talking about just transition, who pays, who benefits. And this is about decolonizing wealth and collective living being directly to those frontline communities. Okay, I will fast forward, but I think I beautifully just want to share with you all is that we're just a small intervention, but these small ripples can have really big change in broken systems. And so our truth is we all have a role to play. Just Futures collab is how we come together. It's how city-based resources in remote communities can shift hearts and minds. This is our collective fight. And just like Patience said, it's our fight for a just future. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Tashiko. We really appreciate you being here and also for your really important comments. And I hope we'll see you in Colombia as well. It was an amazing session. I just want to close it by thanking all the speakers again. And also we're going to be putting a report link in the chat specifically around the racial and gendered impacts of the fossil fuel industry on women, because we think it's very important to have this information disaggregated on the health impacts and exactly how women are being impacted in their communities. So we'll share that in the chat for all of you for that resource. And again, thank you to all the presenters for your knowledgeable and heartfelt presentations. And we're about to bring on our next panel, but we do have a special speaker intervention that we'd like to now share and introduce to our audience here, Mary Robinson the former president of Ireland, member of the Elders, and co-founder of Project Dandelion. We welcome you, Mary. Thank you so much for joining us, Mary.
Thank you, Osprey and WECAN, for bringing us together in this important conversation before we meet in Santa Marta in Colombia to talk about phasing out and just transition from fossil fuels. It's so urgent that we prepare well for that meeting. And we prepare well if we think about what came out of Belém, that sense of coalitions of the willing. What do we mean by that? I think we mean layered coalitions. Of course we need the governments, but we also need business. We also need academia, we need artists, but above all else, we need the frontline workers, we need the indigenous, we need the young, we need the activists. But we also need to bring in the voices that haven't been involved. We've got to reach out into maybe sports or all kinds of areas, really make this the broadest coalition. And the way we do it, I think, is from community up. You know, in communities, we can do things together. We can do things on food sovereignty in countries. We can do things on learning from indigenous wisdom about the connections between the way in which we see ourselves as part of nature and how we tackle the climate problem in general. Climate and nature are two sides of a one coin. So I think we really need to harness as best we can the widest possible layered coalition of the willing. Those of us who link with governments can help that link. Those of us who are very close to grassroots, I would say WECAN is a model of that, with your connections with indigenous, young, etc. You can help to ground us in the indigenous wisdom, but we do need to collaborate as never before. Radical communication, radical collaboration, radical connection, and the excitement of it, because we know that technology is moving very fast. Actually, governments are still too slow. The goals they set are still too weak because they don't uphold them. But the technology is moving very fast. Let's realize it's not just a matter of technology, it's a matter of how we ensure that that technology is available for all. I'm talking in particular about solar technology and wind technology, that it's accessible to the poorest communities. I've seen this happen. I've seen SEWA in India, the Self-Employed Women's Association, transform the lives of 3.8 million women through insurance, through healthcare, through access to solar energy, etc. And they're not alone. It's happening all over the world. It's happening in Pakistan, their next door neighbor. Solar is really moving because it's happening at grassroots. We need the stories of the good examples. We need to gather our sense of a storytelling purpose going forward, that we highlight what is working well, that we highlight those in communities, like I see in Ireland, my own country, those who are involved in much more diverse agri-ecology, not just beef and dairy, which is the main government policy towards food production. No, we need to diversify, we need to listen, and we need to bring in everybody's voice so that we can strengthen these layered coalitions of the willing. And then when we meet up in Santa Marta, we need to feel we are connected to purpose, because we're going to talk about something really important, just transition. And I want to say a few words about that. We need to talk about just transition out of fossil fuel. And that is different in different countries and in different regions. We've got to realize that. The countries that built their economies on fossil fuel must move faster. And we need to understand. But we also need just transition into affordable, accessible, clean energy for all. And that is all. And so it's the informal sector, it's indigenous, it's all. And I'm really looking forward to being with so many of you in Santa Marta. The elders will be there, the guardians of planetary boundaries will be there, Project Dandelion, of course, will be there, and we will do our best to work with you in WECAN and with all the others who are part of this layered coalition of the willing that we must build. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm really glad that Mary could join us. A really important leader of our time who's been working on these issues for a very long time indeed. And thank you so much, Mary. And I'm now really excited about our next panel. I want to welcome an outstanding group of leaders who are presenting on the panel called Government Leaders for a Fossil Fuel Phase-Out, which is really thrilling to have you here as we get ready for the conference in Santa Marta. I want to thank you all for your important work and leadership at this time, especially as we prepare for the historic first conference on transitioning away from fossil fuels, hosted by the governments of Colombia and the Netherlands. And just yesterday, I saw that it was announced that so far there are 45 countries that have committed to participating in the conference held in Santa Marta. So that's just really excellent news. And this assembly panel today is being hosted by the Parliamentarians for a Fossil Fuel-Free Future and the Fossil Fuel Treaty and WECAN. And WECAN is very honored to serve on the steering committee for the Fossil Fuel Treaty, and also to have with us today my dear friend and colleague, Zipporah Berman, who will moderate this panel, and she'll be introducing the different speakers. Zipporah is the founder and chair of the Fossil Fuel Treaty, and she has generated enormous momentum to achieve the goals of this crucial initiative worldwide, including generating critical guidance for the government-led conference in Colombia this April. And I'm just so thankful you could be here with us, Zipporah, and for your leadership in all the work that you're doing. And before I hand the floor to you, we just heard this news this morning that Daniela Duran Gonzalez, who was to be on this panel, got pulled away, which is understandable given that this conference is coming up and she needed to attend to some urgent matters. She's the head of the international affairs from the Colombian Ministry of Environment and Sustainable Development in Colombia. But we wanted to just have 2 minutes of having her voice here. We happened to capture her intervention at COP30 when we were in Brazil. We were in the room when she spoke out about the fossil fuel phase out, and we felt it was important to have her voice here since she's been really instrumental in all of this work. So we're going to show her video, and then Zipporah, please take the floor. So we'll do that. Thank you.
Mr. President, this is the cup of the truth. This is the cup of trust. And you are leaving us with no other option after the procedural issues that we are seeing in this plenary, after you ignored our point of order before the mitigation program was gavelled so we could propose this insertion for the consideration of the plenary, but to object the mitigation work program. The cup of the truth cannot support an outcome that ignores science. According to the IPCC, nearly 75% of global CO2 emissions come from fossil fuels. There is no mitigation if we cannot discuss transitioning away from fossil fuels with means of implementation in a just, orderly, and equitable manner. And the mitigation work program needs this space so we can actually talk about mitigation within the UNFCCC. Today, we're not even allowed to discuss pathways for a just, orderly, and equitable transition aligned with the best available science. This language, previously agreed by consensus, is now being vetoed, even though it is essential for the integrity of this process. A consensus imposed under climate denialism is a failed agreement, Mr. President. Colombia is not blocking progress, contrary to what is happening and how the narrative is making us look here. We are demanding the minimum necessary guarantees, which is to allow language, a topic that we already agreed by consensus, to be discussed here. Denying the best available science requires us not only put the climate regime at risk, but also our own existence. Which message are we sending the world, Mr. President? We're really sorry that we need to do this. Colombia wants to move forward. We want to be based on science with peoples, with the indigenous peoples, the Afro-descendant peoples, the peasants, the women, the youth, the people that it's out there asking us to deliver an outcome that includes fossil fuels, that is transparent. And we feel that we couldn't have the chance to do this, and you're leaving us with no other option. So I'm sorry, Mr. President, but Colombia objects the mitigation work program. Thank you.
So that was from COP30, and I think it's an important intervention that really sets the stage for all of these governments going forward in Colombia. And I would very much now like to invite Zipporah Berman to take the floor and guide us through this next panel. Thank you, Zipporah.
Thank you so much, Osprey. It's such a joy to be here with all of you and the whole WECAN community. And what a great way to start this panel with Daniela. That fire, that commitment to science, to honesty, to justice, incredibly important. And Colombia's leadership over the last many months, well, for many years, but since Belém, the work that they are doing every day to try and to ensure that this conference is going to be a success is astounding in an incredibly short period of time. And so really want to start by congratulating Colombia on the announcement from yesterday that there are 45 countries committed at a high level to attend this diplomatic conference, which is outside of the United Nations space. And I think it's important for people to understand how both difficult that is and unusual, though there is historical precedent, and we need to remember that. Many issues that have been intransigent within the UN space because there are vested interests which constantly challenge them, which of course we've seen for years within the UNFCCC space on fossil fuels, have had to move outside of the UN in order to achieve progress. And in fact, the idea of the Santa Marta conference came from studying other treaties and recognizing, for example, that the Ottawa Convention was the first diplomatic conference on landmines and was critical and essential to becoming a pathway for a true plan for the landmine treaty. And there are many other examples. And so the idea of a diplomatic conference was actually proposed at a fossil fuel treaty ministerial meeting over a year ago, and then Colombia stepped forward to announce that they would indeed host it, and now the Netherlands is co-hosting, and I think it really is a historic moment. So we have today for you an incredible panel of government leaders who are going to talk about this moment and the conference to come and their perspectives. I think I just want to take a couple of minutes to set some context, because besides the context of the conference, there has never been a more exciting, I think, and also challenging moment for this conversation. The wars in the Middle East and the Ukraine are causing devastating suffering, loss of lives, and livelihood, and they're also throwing the vulnerability and instability and concentrated power and control of the fossil fuel economy into stark relief. I think that context and what people are now realizing, while of course there have been wars for oil before, never before has it happened in a moment when we have a situation where renewables are cheaper than fossil fuels all over the world, where we have capacity now for renewable energy and battery storage from a technological perspective that we never had. So while we're seeing the violence and vulnerability of the fossil fuel system, it's also at a moment when we know that it can be replaced. The majority of fossil fuel uses can be replaced, and in fact, many countries are already doing it. And so I think while the scarcity and price shocks are devastating, I also think that they are starting to push even more countries into thinking about fossil fuel phase out, even not from a climate perspective, but from a perspective of recognizing that cleaner, safer energy systems also lead to national security and energy security. And I think that's a really important context for this conversation. And then finally, I will just also add a little context on the ecological moment we're in, because we have seen over the last year, given the politics and the war. And last week, the World Meteorological Association put out its annual assessment, and it included the Earth's energy imbalance as a key climate indicator. What they report is that pent-up heat in the Earth isn't just growing, it's accelerating rapidly, throwing the Earth completely out of balance. These are complicated issues, but what is not is that burning oil, gas, and coal has driven CO2 concentrations that are now wrapping around the Earth like a sweltering blanket to the highest level in 2 million years. And this year alone, we've seen thousands and thousands of people losing their homes and livelihoods as a result of the floods and the fires and the extreme weather. And we now know, as a result of the Lancet report, that 1 person every minute is losing their lives due to lethal heat on the planet. That's the context for this conversation. And we cannot forget that. I think of it sometimes like staring into the sun. We need to stare into the sun. We need to be able to hold that urgency with the opportunity and the commitment to building hope. And I think that's what we're doing in Santa Marta. As the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres said this week, in this age of war, climate stress, it's also exposing another truth. Our addiction to fossil fuels is destabilizing both the climate and global security. So there never was a more important moment for this conversation. Without further ado, let's get to it. I'm hopeful. I'm not sure. I don't see him here, but I'm going to hope that he is. We're going to turn first to Perpetua Latasi, the Director of the Department of Climate Change and Disaster, Office of the Prime Minister of Tuvalu. Tuvalu was the second country to join and the participating nations in developing the fossil fuel treaty. And thrilled to see Tuvalu's continued leadership, not only, of course, on the decision by the International Court of Justice decision last year, but also on the fossil fuel treaty and really leading some of the exciting conversations right now. Okay, I've just been told that he has not yet arrived. So we'll hold on Tuvalu and hope that he will be joining us shortly. And in the meantime, MP Esther, I'm going to be turning to you. I know you're here because I saw you. We're very lucky to have Esther Nicholas Matiko, a member of the Parliament of Tanzania, the Global Steering Committee member for Africa, Parliamentarians for a Fossil Free Future Network in Tanzania. Over to you.
Thank you very much. As you have introduced me, I have to save my time. I just extend my sincere gratitude to WECAN and the Tweet Initiative for inviting us to co-host this important panel. I'm a member of a Global Steering Committee of the Parliamentarians for Fossil Fuel Network, together with my colleague MP Cecile of Brazil and Ciel from Philippines, who are also both in this panel with me. The truth on the ground contrasts the global climate debate with Tanzanian reality. While the world talks about the phase out, millions of African women are still in a phase-in struggle, fighting for basic access to clean and reliable energy. In Tanzania, Women's Month is not just a celebration. It's a reminder of the hours women spend trekking for firewood. Our transition is not just about carbon. It's about the liberation of women's time and health. I expect in St. Marta, we need a leapfrog grantee that will result from the meeting that we're going to hold on St. Marta. It must produce than just a timeline for the leach. We need a commitment that the Global South will be provided the financial and technical ladder to skip the fossil fuel era entirely without compromising the development. Fighting for sovereignty over extractions. A main point of progress should be a global agreement that protects developing nations from being used as the resource colonies. We must ensure that we phase out fossils. We don't replace them with a green mineral rush that exploit African land without powering African homes. We also have to look on the debt cancellation as a climate action. A true progress in St. Marta will be linking fossil fuel phase out to total debt cancellation. We cannot invest in a green future while our nation budgets are died by interest payment to the very nation that caused the crisis we have. I expect that the policy advancement needed for fossil fuel future, one should be mainstreaming the clean cooking as a human right. Our national legislation must prioritize the clean cooking energy. For Tanzanian women, the fossil fuel future starts in her kitchen. We need the policy that subsidize electric and solar cooking technology as a matter of public health. We also need to look on the policy advancement on the green grab and to end the green grabbing. We must strengthen local registration to ensure that a larger scale renewable project like a massive solar farms do not lead to land displacement. Rather, we need a democratic renewable energy. That means the community, they need to own the land and the power. We need to build resilience against the geopolitical shocks by advancing policies that lead to energy independence. This is how we address the Middle East conflict, by building decentralized solar and wind grids. We insulated our local economies from wars fought over oil pipelines and thousands of miles away. For the transition away from fossil fuel to be effective, we need policies that provide renewable energy incentives, including subsidies, tax exemptions, and feed-in tariff to stimulate investment and development. We need to improve infrastructure for renewable energy, including modernization of the grid and upgrading to smart grid technology. We also need international cooperation for technology transfer and climate finance that indeed must be provided for the developing country. As a message for the Women's Month in Tanzania and for Africa, I believe, women are the keeper of the earth, the fierce and faithful guardians for the generation to come. Women are the conscience of the house. Women parliamentarians bring the budget of the kitchen to the table of the state. We are the ones who demand that energy policy save the household, not just the industrial complex. We women legislators, we think of the long term, while men often legislate for the next election. Women legislators, we legislate for the next generation. This Women Month, we have said that the phase-out must be a pro-family, pro-growth, and pro-peace policy. With my closing remarks, I can put this as the women parliamentarians, we are not asking for charity. We are demanding for the space to lead. The fossil fuel era was built on the exploitation of the global south, and the renewable energy era must be built on the empowerment, fairness, and equity. The development, the so say, require fire and smoke, but the true power is like the sun. It rises for everyone. It costs nothing to solve. It belongs to no one. We are the women who care the water and the wood. But today, we are the women who care the laws. Will not just transition away from the fuel of the past. We will lead the way to the future where the only thing we burn is our passion for justice. And it's my honor to let you know that, or rather to inform you, our president, Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, is the champion of the clean cooking in Africa. Thank you very much for listening.
Wow. Thank you so much. I couldn't even begin to summarize your remarks because you just covered so much ground, and you shifted the conversation into stark relief to be a conversation about access, about justice, about democracy. Exactly, I said Daniela lit a fire under us going into Santa Marta, but now I feel that clear sense of purpose. So many terms that you used are so critical for this conversation. We keep talking about it from the global north as a transition. What you talked about, the leapfrog guarantee, the capacity support, the ensuring that the world that we're creating is not recreating the world of the past with displacement from renewables, etc. I just, MP Esther, thank you so much for setting that context for this panel. I hope you can stay. We'll come back to you again for more comments after we hear some of the other speakers. I know that your community has suffered a loss and you may not be able to stay. And if not, we understand you've left us so much to learn from and think about. So thank you so much. Turning now to yet another amazing government women leader. I'm so thrilled that we have Federal Deputy Celia Chacriaba with us, the Federal Deputy in the Brazilian Congress in the state of Minas Gerais and the co-founder of the National Association of Indigenous Women Warriors of Ancestry from Brazil. Celia, the floor is yours.
Pardon, just a quick intervention here. Please remember to use your interpretation button for those of you at the bottom of your screen. Thank you.
Celia, can you hear us? I know you're having some connectivity issues. We'd like to welcome you to take the floor now if you're able. Hi, we can hear you. There you are. Hi, welcome. Thank you so much for joining us. We're thrilled to have you here, and we'd love to invite you to take the floor.
Obrigada por esse espaço, Osprey, WECAN, para esse momento de diálogo. Tivemos juntos há uma semana atrás, falar de um futuro livre de combustíveis fósseis, é dialogar, pensar na nossa PEC, que é a proposta de emenda constitucional, a natureza como sujeito de direito. Se todo mundo do Brasil já tivesse também pensado, ratificado projetos de lei que pensasse a natureza como sujeito de direito, nós não precisávamos estar discutindo aqui a exploração de combustíveis fósseis. Nós que sabemos que a exploração de combustíveis fósseis é uma exploração predatória. Sou autora da PEC, a emenda à Constituição, para reconhecer a natureza como sujeito de direito no Brasil. Para ela tramitar, ela precisa de 175 assinaturas e hoje a gente só precisa colher 30 assinaturas. Nós já colhemos mais do que a metade dessas assinaturas. Isso significa que nós estamos num caminho muito próximo. Estou como parlamentar, mas também dizer o quanto que foi importante ser presidente da Comissão da Amazônia, povos originários e tradicionais, já que a maior ameaça da exploração de combustíveis fósseis está no foz do Amazonas, e nós sabemos que mais de 400 territórios indígenas estão sob a ameaça dessa exploração de territórios. É como se fosse a faixa de Gaza explodindo esse território, e uma vez que explode esse território está sob ameaça. Em 2023, nós lançamos a Bancada pelo Planeta, que já era nessa intenção de pensar parlamentares comprometidos na agenda COP30, pensando um futuro livre de mineração, um futuro livre de combustíveis fósseis, já que eu estou no estado de Minas Gerais, onde 85% do lítio do Brasil está aqui sobre o nosso estado nessa pressão. Estou no estado onde o epicentro de falar de exploração de terras raras também está no nosso estado de Minas Gerais, e a China é o maior país com exploração de terras raras, mas, ao mesmo tempo, o Brasil é o segundo maior país, e onde está como esse epicentro do olhar do mundo é aqui o nosso estado de Minas Gerais. E o ECAN acompanhou a nossa discussão durante a pré-COP e COP no Brasil do nosso projeto de lei Sem Mulher Não Tem Clima, que a ideia é mapear violências cometidas a meninas e mulheres ocasionada por exploração, seja exploração ambiental, seja exploração de petróleo, seja exploração de combustíveis fósseis, seja exploração de minerais estratégicos. E esse projeto de lei foi protocolado em 6 países diferentes, assim como no Canadá, Chile, Equador, Colômbia, Bolívia, e nós protocolamos ele no Brasil, rumo à COP30, e com muita alegria, há 15 dias atrás, esse projeto de lei já foi aprovado no Congresso Nacional, tendo uma repercussão muito importante. Até o projeto do partido, do PL, votou favorável, porque a deputada foi fazer a defesa de que quando mexe com a terra, mexe com todas as mulheres. E as pessoas faziam a pergunta, o que, que tem a ver enfrentamento à violência com as questões climáticas? Segundo o dado da ONU, diz que a cada vez que a temperatura aumenta 1 grau, 5% é o aumento de violência entre meninas e mulheres. Portanto, falar de projetos de mega exploração é falar do caso Yanomami, que 30 meninas foram exploradas sexualmente à troca de comida no garimpo ilegal aqui no Brasil. Nós estamos falando da Frente Parlamentar por um Futuro Livre de Combustíveis Fósseis, a qual eu tenho muito orgulho de participar, que é composta por mais de 800 parlamentares do mundo inteiro. E no Congresso Nacional, o nosso partido é autor de um projeto por áreas livres de exploração de combustíveis fósseis. E as pessoas vão dizer, vocês são muito contraditórias, vocês falam pelo fim da exploração de combustíveis fósseis, mas vocês usam combustível. O que nós estamos falando é que existe uma pesquisa que a área já aberta no Brasil de combustíveis fósseis já são suficientes para abastecer o mercado nacional e internacional até 2050. Então, se falar de uma transição, é preciso falar do mapa do caminho, que foi também grande debate na COP30. Nós tivemos a COP da Sociobiodiversidade na Colômbia, e nós conseguimos, por uma agenda parlamentar, integrar no documento final pelo fim de combustíveis fósseis em áreas críticas. Mas, na verdade, todas as áreas são críticas. Nós não podemos fazer com que as pessoas sequestrem a pauta para toda a sustentabilidade. As pessoas aprenderam a pintar o nome de sustentável. Agora as pessoas querem falar combustível fóssil sustentável, mineração sustentável. A morte não é sustentável. É como nós falar que essa agenda ambiental precisa urgentemente ser pautada como uma agenda humanitária, assim como o enfrentamento à violência às mulheres precisa ser tomado como uma agenda humanitária. Porque quando mata uma mulher, quando mata a terra, é um crime contra a humanidade. A gente está matando hoje e o amanhã. E isso é futuricídio, porque nós estamos matando a possibilidade da vida no planeta. Para finalizar, agradeço bastante, Osprey, por esse compartilhamento dessa oportunidade. Nós temos mais de 4 projetos de lei aprovados no Congresso Nacional, um Congresso muito polarizado, e um deles também é a política do cuidado. Quem não cuida da terra não vai cuidar das mulheres. Quem não cuida da terra não vai cuidar do planeta. Por isso que pensar a nossa responsabilidade, nós somos muito mais do que mulheres do fim do mundo. Com o nosso trabalho, com a nossa responsabilidade, com o nosso enfrentamento, com a nossa coragem, nós podemos evitar o fim da humanidade. Ninguém é preciso discutir sobre essa agenda da economia que mata, porque a economia mais inteligente é aquela que permanece a humanidade viva e a floresta de pé.
Obrigado, obrigado.
Thank you so much, Celia. I'm never going to forget that stat. 1 degree of warming equals 5% increase in violence for women and girls. I hadn't heard that before. I'm wondering, while we still have you and you still have connectivity, I'm hoping you're using translation so you can hear me. You said that you have 4 legal cases going through the Congress right now, and I may have missed it, but I caught the rights of nature case, the fossil-free zones case. Could you take a couple of minutes more just to explain the other bills that you have going through proposed in Congress?
Nós temos 4 projetos de lei aprovados. Sem Mulher Não Tem Clima, mapear a violência a partir de desastre climático já está aprovado. Nós temos um outro projeto de lei que foi aprovado no Senado para sanção presidencial, que é para ter o dia 5 de setembro como Dia Nacional de Enfrentamento à Violência a Meninas e Mulheres Indígenas. Nós temos um outro projeto de lei que é para que as mulheres indígenas tenham normas próprias de enfrentamento à violência, alterar, sobretudo, quando foi pensada a Lei Maria da Penha, não pensou a especificidade para enfrentamento à violência às mulheres indígenas. Então, a alteração do Código Penal para tratar da violência, enfrentamento à violência a meninas e mulheres indígenas. E temos um outro projeto de lei, que é a autonomia das escolas indígenas quilombolas nomear suas próprias instituições de ensino, porque por muitas vezes as escolas eram nomeadas o nome de pessoas que eram violentadoras. E ainda tive a oportunidade de relatar e aprovar, antes do Carnaval, em fevereiro, a Universidade Indígena no Brasil. E essa universidade indígena, no parecer final, nós colocamos a universidade indígena também como uma universidade climática. A universidade indígena certamente é uma universidade ancestral e do futuro. Então, nós também, eu relatei esse projeto de lei, relatei alguns outros projetos de lei, algum desses outros que eu citei, assim como a PEC, ela precisa somente de mais 30 assinaturas para a gente reivindicar a tramitação dela. E por isso, nós temos também um outro projeto que foi aprovado na Comissão de Educação, que é reconhecer territórios indígenas, comunidades tradicionais, como escolas climáticas já existentes no Brasil. Hoje, nós temos mais de 2.000 propostas legislativas no Congresso Nacional, mesmo antes de 4 anos de mandato.
Wow, that is incredible. That is fantastic. Thank you so much for your leadership, and part of what I think we're all hoping to do as we hear about these initiatives is encourage others in other regions to take them up as well. And certainly, I think Santa Marta will be a time for that with 45 other governments coming. So frustrating to hear the response that you're often getting around, well, you use fossil fuels. And I think there's probably no one here who is an organizer who hasn't had to deal with that. I think it is so incredibly absurd. I said to someone the other day, so you've been criticizing the health system and calling for reforms. Yes. So do you use the health system right now? Like, and we need systemic change, which is what we're calling for. And so the whole idea that somehow, we have to be complete 100% objectors in order to be able to be concerned by the fossil fuel system and want it to be ramped down is just so crazy. Hoping you can stick with us with your internet connectivity, and we will come back to you for more. If people have questions, they are welcome to put their questions in the chat. I will do my best to see them, and I'm going to ask Ashley and the team there, if you see them and I don't, to send them to me on WhatsApp. And we're going to get some time for questions for the leaders that we have with us. We have another pre-recorded message right now, which is important, that we wanted to share with you. Deputy Minority Leader of the House of Representatives from the Philippines, Chelo Crisel Lagman, was not able to join us. She is with Parliamentarians for a Fossil-Free Future Network, and also a Global Steering Committee member for Asia. Let's turn to her message now.
Warm greetings of solidarity from the 1st District of Albay, which I have the honor of representing in the Philippine Congress, where I also serve as Deputy Minority Leader. Thank you to our co-organizers, the Fossil Free Treaty Initiative and WECAN. Our Parl Fossil Free Network is honored to co-host this panel on government leaders for a fossil fuel phase-out with you. Before entering Congress, I served as mayor of Tabaco City for 15 years. For a decade and a half, I bore witness to the lived realities of our people, the ravages of torrential rains and extreme flooding. The Philippines sits in the Western Pacific Typhoon Belt, the most active on Earth. In Albay, we face up to 18 typhoons a year. In fact, forecasts for April through June 2026 alone predict up to 5 tropical cyclones near our shores. The people of Albay live on the front lines. We are suffering the dire consequences of a climate crisis we did not create. The lived experience is why I gravitated toward the Parliamentarians for a Fossil-Free Future network. It is a privilege to serve on our Global Steering Committee alongside women leaders like MP Celia Jacriaba of Brazil and MP Esther Batico of Tanzania, who are also with us today. As we conclude National Women's Month, we must recognize that women are not just victims of climate change. More importantly, they are the architects of the solution. Today, we pay tribute to the women who nurture life and protect our common home by leading the equitable transition away from fossil fuels. The United Nations Secretary-General Antonio Guterres recently warned that every key climate indicator is flashing red. Our planet is being pushed beyond its limits. With global greenhouse gas concentrations at record highs, the changes we make now will have repercussions for hundreds, potentially thousands of years. The evidence is undeniable. Fossil fuels are the primary culprit. Our collective voice must now shift from asking why to determining how. We need a fair, well-managed phase-out that ensures the Global South is not left to carry the burden alone. To achieve this, I propose 5 critical points for our legislative consideration. First, strengthening national mandates. We must translate global pledges into binding national laws, supported by non-debt creating finance and technical assistance from the Global North. Second, plotting hard phase-out dates. We must move beyond encouraging renewables. We need laws that explicitly ban new coal, oil, and gas exploration, with hard retirement dates for existing infrastructure, following the lead of our peers from Latin America, from the Parl Fossil Free Network, who have already filed such bills in parliaments of Colombia, Brazil, Bolivia, Ecuador, and Peru. Third, driving financial reform. We must cut financial incentives for fossil fuel projects. We need to strengthen investment laws to ensure banks, insurers, asset managers, and other financial institutions stop funding the destruction of our climate by funding fossil fuels. Fourth, budgeting for renewables. We need budget legislation that signals a clear government mandate to shift toward sustainable, equitable, renewable energy investments. And lastly, fifth, enhancing legislative oversight. We must provide spaces for open dialogue to help drive the energy transition. And these dialogues must be participatory, transparent, and a vehicle for accountability. In Albay, these dialogues led us to become the first Philippine province to declare a climate emergency. We have pledged to peak our fossil fuel use this year, become a renewable energy hub by 2030, and reach 100% renewable energy by 2050. These targets started with small, tough conversations. Now we are taking those conversations to the global stage. Next month, from April 24 to 29, we gather in Santa Marta, Colombia, for the first conference on transitioning away from fossil fuels. Our Parl Fossil Free Network has been requested by the Colombian government to lead the parliamentary engagement for this landmark event. The ongoing unrest in the Middle East is a stark reminder that as long as our economies are shackled to fossil fuels, we are at the mercy of geopolitical volatility. As Secretary General Guterres said, our addiction to fossil fuels is destabilizing both the climate and global security. This crisis can be the needed push to transition away from fossil fuels towards energy sovereignty and security, a pathway to lasting peace. Delay is deadly. We must transition as soon as possible, as widely as possible, and in the most just manner possible. This movement will be led by women, the intelligent, empathetic, and resilient caretakers of our earth. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much, Chilo. I have this image in my head from your use of the term shackled. The only other time I actually heard that was by the Minister of Finance from Antigua, Barbuda, when he joined the Fossil Fuel Treaty, and he said that the fossil fuels are the shackles around our wrists, and the fossil fuel treaty will be what removes those shackles. And that term is so important. And your phrase of women being the architects of solutions is so incredibly empowering. Thank you so much. We will be coming back to you with more questions on the how, because that was a great 5-point list. We'll dig into that a little bit more, I think, if we have time. Starting to see a couple of questions in the Q&A part, so we will get to those. But first, I'm so thrilled that we have in person another incredible woman leader. We have the senator in the 27th Senate House, recent councillor in Sligo County Council, Ireland, Nessa Cosgrove, with us. So glad you could join us. Thank you so much, and the floor is yours. Oh, Nessa, you're muted. We can't hear you.
I'm okay now?
Yes,
Thank
now
you
we can
so
hear you.
much.
Hi.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for inviting me along. And it's so wonderful to be hearing, voices from the global south that often we live. I suppose we're so far up north on our own as an island that we often don't hear other voices. So it's a real honor for me to be here. Like you introduced there, I was a member. I come from a community work background myself and come up from youth work. So I would listen to the voice of young people a lot, which was, I suppose, would have influenced my involvement in part of this I suppose, movement. And also since I got elected to the Seanad, which was only since last year. And I've seen more than ever, like I'm a spokesperson for the Labour Party, which is, I share a similar party with Mary Robinson, which is a real honour. But since I've become elected, my spokespersonship is on workers' rights and balanced development. But more often than not, I end up talking about climate catastrophe and climate change. And which I didn't envisage myself. And I just, your own speakers like Chelio, Esther and Celia, like what they have pointed out, like the 5-point plan, they're realistic. And I think that just from my own involvement in my own party and in the Seanad itself, it is women that are talking most. And we know that women are disproportionately affected by climate change. And I never would have related, I suppose, violence against girls and women as part of that conversation. So that's something I have really learned from tonight. I would never have taken that into account. But I think just from an Irish point of view, what I'd like to speak about tonight is, you know, we made a commitment in 2022 that we declared a climate emergency, and that was a proud moment for Ireland. But unfortunately, we haven't followed that through with real action, you know. And I think disproportionately, I think again we see the impact that our use of fossil fuels and our use of constant obsession with economic growth is having on the global south. And I think that, I suppose, and we can really see this now at the moment because of the turbulence like everyone has spoken about here and the war in the Middle East, how much we are dependent on big businesses, big nations making decisions that are having an impact for people, everyday lives of people. I'm going to talk about fracking, which is an area that I would have, like, when Dervla Richardson, who was a huge, very big climate ambassador, when she asked me to become involved in this conversation, fracking is something, I suppose, which affects the part of Ireland where I live. I live in the northwest, and there is shale rock there that we know that there's a potential to use for the extraction of fracked gas. We've seen from Pennsylvania the impact that it can have, and we've seen, I suppose, the detrimental effects that it's having on people's health, on childhood cancers, on cardiovascular and respiratory illnesses, you know. And I think we, through grassroots movements here in Ireland, we have prevented any extraction of fossil fuels in Ireland itself. But that hasn't taken away from the fact that now we are opened up ourselves as a country just in the last 3 months to the importation of fracked gas. So I think this again is very much leads into this conversation that we're having here, that we have decided it's okay for us to not have the extraction of fracked gas on our island, but yet it seems to the government at the moment think it's okay then to have other people fracking gas in other countries while we can import it. And I think that's why there has been a lot of grassroots movement here in Ireland. And I think there's something to be learned from. You know, there's different groups between up the north of Ireland and where I live and further down south about to prevent, and these grassroots movement have really influenced government policies. So I suppose, what I would like to see from this conversation that we're having is that not only do we have to invest in our own infrastructure, anyone that knows Ireland knows that it rains a lot and knows that we're surrounded by the Atlantic Ocean. So we have huge potential to use offshore wind, but there is a very much a reluctance to invest in renewable energies, which, you know, we're missing our climate targets. We are, you know, we can see the impact that it's having globally, but yet there seems to be some resistance to actually properly invest in non-fossil fuel infrastructure, particularly like wind energy, which we know we can do. So I think, like, I'm here as someone to learn, because I think like LNG is something that's been pushed here a lot, and we've seen that LNG prices has risen by 60% since the conflict broke out in the Middle East, and it's detrimental. It's another, I suppose, it is banned in a lot of countries around in Europe, for the extraction here itself. But we had up to this year banned the importation. But things have changed, you know, and I think we're taking a regressive step in Ireland rather than actually a progressive step. And I think that's particularly to do with the government that is in you know, the government policy that is in existence in Ireland at the moment. But, you know, I think that we can see that, you know, how our children, I suppose, are the ones here in Ireland that drove a lot of this grassroots campaigns. And there was an emphasis, but then in the last year, things have shifted again. Like you spoke about very early on, Spora, that you spoke about energy security. And I think this hasn't, at the moment, things haven't actually, you know, there's a lot more to this now than about fossil fuel infrastructure, about climate change, and about the fact that we say something like LNG, again, is 80% more warming than carbon. Things that often get overlooked, but now we're going to start talking about energy security, food security, And global uncertainty, I suppose, is a conversation that has resulted on our dependence on fossil fuel infrastructure. But I think we have a lot to learn. I am so delighted to be here today because I've learned, even from me sitting here for the last, hour, I have learned so much from women. I really do believe that women are the ones that are going to change this because we're the most impacted by it. And I think that I have learned a lot, and I think it's very important for us to hear, like exactly like your last speaker says, the climate chaos and the climate catastrophe that's happening in the global south that they didn't cause. And I think that's very important for us that live in the Northern Hemisphere to hear that, So thank you very much for this opportunity. And I look forward to continuing to be more involved.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And I'm really so thrilled that you brought into the conversation the power of grassroots movements and the success of those movements so far. We're keeping our fingers crossed for you, but urging people to do more than fingers crossed in Ireland on fracking, and partially, I feel like that's from the very beginning what WECAN has been about, not only surfacing issues and voices that don't get heard and need to be heard, but in really focusing on, okay, what are we doing together to build power? Because these issues are not just about having the right finance or the right technology, or awareness, as people often like to say. This is about power, and it's about power in the hands of very few. And what we do see in a lot of places around the world is that we can build power to counter that very concentrated power of the fossil fuel industry. But it takes a lot of hard organizing to do that, and sometimes you have to do it over and over again. I've been feeling that a lot in Canada right now, and you and I should talk about LNG and fracking because it's been growing significantly here in Canada. I have a lot of experience with that, but as someone who's been involved in climate issues now for well over 25 years, and it comes and goes, right? We get the awareness, and then we get bursts of action from individuals or movements that have pushed individuals to act. And then a new government comes in, or some economic circumstance or war takes attention away, and then it comes again. And we need persistence. I was speaking with a chief of an indigenous nation here recently, and I said, God, I'm so tired. Like, how many times do we have to fight to get climate back on the agenda? And he just looked at me with this kind of really wry smile and said, "Oh, you're tired." And I was reminded of the persistence and resistance of indigenous nations around the world, and how important that is. So I'm really glad that you brought that into the conversation. I'm going to turn now to a couple of questions that came in the chat, and then I'm going to come back to all of our speakers with a final question. One of the questions that's come up in the chat and in the Q&A is, well, what can I do? This Santa Marta moment is exciting. People have been texting me. I see you this must be live streamed somewhere because people have been texting me. I see you on the live stream. What am I supposed to be doing? How do I be a part of this moment? I have put in the chat here a link, and I'll say it out loud for those who are on the live streams, to a website that's been created by the movement of the People's Summit called fossilfreerising.org. This is a big combination of movements and groups that are working together to create a People's Summit in Santa Marta, but also creating a platform for you to organize at home, whether that's calling on your elected official or your governments to come to Santa Marta to produce their own fossil fuel phase-out plan, or to join the fossil fuel treaty, or also just organizing an event during Santa Marta. So we see this movement and grassroots organizing around the world. So there's some resources there and some connections there at fossilfreerising.org. And so I encourage people to do that. A lot of people have been asking me about the distinction between the fossil fuel treaty and the conference, and will the conference be a time to build the fossil fuel treaty? So I thought I might take a minute to answer that. This conference in Santa Marta is much wider than fossil fuel treaty. It is a fossil fuel phase-out conference. It is co-hosted by identified 3 different tracks of conversation that will happen there and outcomes from those tracks. So again, we'll put the link to Santa Marta, the formal conference, in the chat. But there's one track that they've identified, which is on international cooperation. And it is there that we see the conversations on the fossil fuel treaty kind of landing and we hope growing. We will be, as Fossil Fuel Treaty Initiative, hosting a senior officials technical meeting and a ministerial meeting the days before the conference. Many of you probably know that this conference is turning into a whole week of activity. So there is the academic Policy and Science Summit. There's the People's Summit. There's the Fossil Fuel Treaty Official Technical Meeting and Ministerial. There is a roundtable that's, I think, being hosted by We Mean Business on fossil fuel phase out for business. There is a roundtable being hosted by C40 and Under 2 Coalition on subnationals. And I don't know, I've heard that there's also a roundtable happening for trade unions on fossil fuel phase out. So it's really a whole week of activities. Some will be live streamed, some won't. It's coming together very quickly. But one thing that is very important, I think, for all of you to know is this is only the first in what is now being planned as a series of diplomatic conferences on fossil fuel phase out. That will happen over the next year or two. And so it's I think that's really critical. And for many of us, it gave us a lot of hope at the end of COP, because the idea of a roadmap for fossil fuel phase out, you know, as Daniela so amply put it at the beginning of this webinar, that there wasn't able to be agreement, of course, because you know the Paris process is a consensus-based process. There are many countries that didn't want a fossil fuel phase-out plan or roadmap to go ahead within that process. And for the first time, the president of COP recognized a process outside of the UN and outside of diplomatic space, where he said we weren't able to come to an agreement on the fossil fuel phase-out roadmap, but we welcome the efforts of countries meeting in Santa Marta. And in doing that, he kind of built a bridge to this diplomatic effort outside of the formal UN process. Maybe in the future, this diplomatic effort will lead to a fossil fuel treaty, which could be a companion to the Paris Agreement to help meet the goals of the Paris Agreement. It is not unusual for an issue in the UN system to have multiple treaties or agreements to address different aspects. And I think it's important for all of us as organizers, as activists, as government leaders to recognize that as kind of, I wanted to say meat gets put on the bones, but I realized maybe I shouldn't be using that frame anymore. Maybe as, you know, we get some more substance to the conversation of fossil fuel phase out. Now, there are kind of fights emerging and differences emerging in how people perceive fossil fuel phase out should happen. And I think what I'm hearing in some of the diplomatic meetings is a lot of wealthy governments in the global north saying fossil fuel phase out is a national issue and it's fine for every country just to now file their fossil fuel phase out roadmaps. And those will become a global roadmap. The problem is that every country that's producing thinks they should be the last barrel sold, and they want to produce more and they want to have a longer timeline for phase out. And so I think what's really important to know is that if we're going to ensure that we do what many of the speakers today have talked about, if we ensure that we have support built into a fossil fuel phase out for the leapfrog in the global south, finance mechanisms, that we address debt in the fossil fuel phase out, that will require international cooperation, which is why 18 countries and many of us here are working on the fossil fuel treaty to create new mechanisms of international cooperation on debt, on tax, on tariffs, and a lot of the issues we've talked about here. And I think for us, that's the critical component that is necessary. So today we've talked a lot about various components that are necessary for a fossil fuel phase out and conversations that we really want to make sure happen at this exciting moment. I want to turn now back to our panel to ask them to reflect on the priority that they see in this moment of the how. How do we get this done? And what do you see as a critical priority that you want to leave people with in this conversation? I'm going to go backwards and come back to you first, Nessa.
Thank you very much. But for me, I'm coming away really, I feel like I've been much more empowered to know about because it is easy to forget where we live, especially in Ireland, of where we live, that it's very easy to forget. We're so concerned with ourselves and about, how are we going to make the just transition ourselves and, I suppose rewetting the peatlands. We have a lot of peat in Ireland, so it's rewetting the peatlands, a big conversation around that and about just transition for workers. But like you just mentioned, I just think from this conversation is how, and I think we're saying this all the time, that government policy can't be always just looking at the emissions of its own country. It has to look at upstream emissions. And I think often that, particularly again, when you're looking at LNG, that it's often that it's like invisible policy, that just because it's not spoken about doesn't mean that it means that you don't have to include it in your emissions. So I think that's so important for me, and it's to bring that message home, and me, I suppose, as a legislator, to continue to bring that message home about how much our use, not only are we, as we need to transition ourselves, but also the effect that it's having on women and girls. And I'm actually going to bring that message back myself, something that I wouldn't have had huge emphasis on, but I am going to know. So thank you so much for that.
Thank you, Nessa, and I appreciate you bringing in the upstream. We've heard so much. I'm interested to see in the list of countries that came out yesterday that Canada and Australia are coming to Santa Marta, because both countries are dramatically increasing fossil fuel projects, and then saying they're climate leaders because they don't count their upstream emissions. They only count what they burn. And of course, they're using the excuse of carbon capture and storage as a way to justify their fossil fuel expansion. And that math just doesn't add up. And so I appreciate that we critically have to name that. I think several of our guests had connectivity issues or have had to leave, but MP Esther, I think you're still with us. Do you have some final thoughts on priorities for us? Not sure if you can hear us. Esther, are you there? No, she may have not been able to stay with us then. We're so thankful for the wisdom that has been shared today. It's really astounding. I think Celia said it so incredibly well and so succinctly when she said fossil fuel exploitation is predatory. We heard today the incredible stat of the 1%, 1 degree. Someone asked me to repeat it. 1 degree of warming leads to a 5% increase in violence against women and girls. I did Google that with the UN, and you can find the reference there if you Google it. Incredible stat. So we know that what we're talking about in the phase out is not just about climate change, as if that wasn't enough to have a habitable planet. We know that what we're also talking about is the violence against women and girls, wars, oppression, droughts, extreme weather, pushing the planet beyond limits. We heard today about how a phase out can be more accessible, more democratic. This is about a redistribution of power in every sense of the word power. And we heard about the incredible role that women leadership is playing and can play, about how women are nurturing life, governing, as Esther said, for the next generation. We were urged by Cello to be the architects of solutions. And I think that's what being here and this community is doing. I want to hand over to Osprey for some final words, but I will just say that no one knows what the world holds right now and what the future holds. We live in unstable times, more so than I think many of us ever thought were possible. But we know that history is made. by those who show up. So I want to thank you for showing up. Thank you for showing up to be a part of the WECAN community, the Fossil Fuel Treaty community, the movement for parliamentarians for a fossil-free future. Thank you for showing up for Santa Marta and for building the world we want. Osprey, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Zipporah, and to all of the government leaders who joined us today for your incredibly important comments. And it's really important, I think, also in this moment, which we wanted to demonstrate today in this assembly, that there can be a relationship between civil society, the front lines, grassroots, and government leaders. And that's a very important bridge because most of the time, many of us who are working on the front lines or with frontline groups are battling governments to stop doing harm. That's often the role, unfortunately, we're in, which you think about it, it's insane that we live in a time in which we, the people, the everyday people, are fighting our governments to live, to have water, to care for our children, to have food, to make sure women are not violated. So it just seems so upside down and inside out that we're in the circumstance that we are, which we've talked about a lot, the systemic oppressions that have been going on for a long time that have led to this moment of institutionalized patriarchy, of colonization, of racism, of endless economic growth systems. But here we are, but also we're in this moment where we're reaching across, holding hands, even if it's on the internet, and we will be in Santa Marta with governments that want to do the right thing and are hosting this conference. And again, a shout out to the Fossil Fuel Treaty, the Parliamentarians for a Fossil-Free Future for pushing this agenda, because we have to work collectively. We're not going to do this alone. And so I wanted just to really highlight this collective moment where we can work with government leaders, a lot of these amazing women who are leading the way in governments, to do this work. And I also wanted to highlight from this session, that we also have to be careful going in Santa Marta, the conversation does not get co-opted, because there will be government leaders who are fossil fuel producing countries who have not been on the same page with us and are not being bold and courageous. So we're also going as civil society to ensure that our demands are heard and that the agenda stays on course. So I wanted to also note that, as well as that, we're having a very deep conversation, yes, about fossil fuel phase out and energy, but we're having a conversation about power. We're having a conversation about global power and power dynamics. And this is where I really want to encourage everyone who's listening to the assembly, all the women who are working from all sides in our ecosystem of effort, to really stay connected, because it's not like we're up against something small. We're up against a power structure that is based on an extractive fossil fuel economy that has been in place for a long time, where the wealthy elite have been really in control. So this is something where we're going to be shoulder to shoulder and really be courageous and bold together and support one another, because this is the big, bold move. Getting off of fossil fuels is no small feat with the power that has been held by these industries hand in hand with governments for a long time. And so I'm thrilled about this assembly. I'm thrilled for the speaking out that people have done so far in this assembly, and so honored to have the leadership from this past panel. We look forward to being with you in Colombia and look forward to beyond. This is the beginning of the end and the beginning of something new. So thank you so much. We applaud you and we thank you so much for all your work and effort. And with that, we're going to go ahead and move to our next panel. We have a short little video we're going to show just to show some of the women in action before we get to the just transition conversation, which is so critical because it's not just about getting off of fossil fuels, it's about how. It's about how. So also stay tuned. We'll have a little break here with the video and then we'll resume with our final panel of the day. Thank you so much, Zipporah, and everyone on the panel. Thank you.
How will the future generation look back on us? Are they going to say that we were the healers? We were the warriors. that stood up for them so that they may live.
In this time of colliding crises and failing infrastructures, worsening climate disasters, I do believe we have a time to act, to ensure a fast, fair, and equitable phase out, and ensure a planet for current and future generations.
A recent report by the UN Environment Program found that governments still plan to produce more than double the amount of fossil fuels in 2030 than what would be consistent with limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees. Since the signing of the Paris Agreement, the world's 60 largest private banks have provided $5.5 trillion in financing to the fossil fuel industry. We cannot continue with these disastrous numbers.
The fossil fuel industry has hurt us for far too long, both in the terms of emissions, but also causing a lot of wars and militarization.
And when we talk about the impacts of oil and gas and why we need a phase out of oil and gas all across the globe, is because this is not just about the reduction of emissions at source. This is also about the reductions of the harms and the violence Indigenous peoples have felt on our lands and our bodies and our communities.
It's crystal clear. We need a concrete, binding plan to end the expansion of new coal, oil, and gas projects and manage a transition away from fossil fuels. Nation states are now calling for a fossil fuel treaty, an equitable and wind-down plan for how to manage the wind-down in a way that leaves no country or community behind.
Kick polluters out! Kick polluters out! Kick polluters out! Kick polluters out! No climate justice without human rights! No climate justice without human rights! No climate justice without human rights!
Nós, mulheres, precisamos continuar avançando juntas. E juntas estamos aqui também para apresentar soluções.
Whether it's on the front lines of resistance to fossil fuels, protecting and replanting forests, creating food sovereignty networks, or advocating for transformative climate policies, women are leading the way. It is code red for humanity, and we're drawing a red line to say no more to sacrifice people and no more to sacrifice zones.
We need to decolonize these spaces because, if the planet is still alive, it's because we, the women, are taking care of our lands.
The message is quite clear. Feminists, frontline activists, frontline women, Indigenous people have long had the solutions, are advocating for these year in, year out, and it is time we heed to their leadership because we have long run out of time.
E viemos fazer clamor. Não há possibilidade de barrar as mudanças climáticas sem considerar os territórios como solução número 1. Pela terra, pelas águas, pela floresta de pé, não podemos derramar sangue indígena no chão.
We're enacting things in the Ponca territory like the rights of nature because we know that we as human beings are not separate from nature. But at this moment, we are nature protecting itself.
Really great to see all of us in action and all of the amazing work that goes on to continue this advocacy. So yeah, really good to share that with all of you. And now I want to welcome esteemed leaders who are presenting on our final panel of the day, Building a Just Transition. I want to thank all of the leaders who are presenting for your vital work and leadership. It's really quite a lineup here. We're going to be hearing first from Tasneem Essop, who is the Executive Director of Climate Action Network International from South Africa. Then we'll be hearing from Mela Chiponda, who is the Director of Shine Collab in Zimbabwe. Then we will be hearing from Orielle Deranger, who is Athabasca Chippewa First Nation. She's the President of Indigenous Climate Action and the 2024 Climate Breakthrough Award winner from Turtle Island, Canada. We will then be hearing from Rhoda Boateng, who is the Program Coordinator of Climate Change, Just Transition, and Occupational Safety and Health, and the African Regional Organization of the International Trade Union Confederation from Togo. We will then be hearing from Maho Serda. She is a Quechua woman, member of the Council of Convening, leader of the Economy and Community Development Area, member of the Quechua Peoples of Serena, Federation of Napo Indigenous Organizations from Ecuador. Then we'll be hearing from Aishka Najib. She is the Just Transition Lead and Campaign Coordinator, People's Climate Diplomacy Program, and she's from the United Arab Emirates. And I'm so thrilled to have all of you here. Each of you could talk for an hour and it would be amazing. So we're thrilled to have you. And I just wanted to kick off this session by saying a few words about the Just Transition, because sometimes people have different ideas about what that is. And there are lots of different interpretations of it. It's an evolving, dynamic framework that originated with the trade union movement in the 2010s to protect workers' rights and livelihoods during the shift to renewable energy and sustainable economies. It offers principles and strategies to guide the move away from extractive, polluting systems towards regenerative, community-centered, and ecologically sound economies. Of course, that definition in a good way has been expanded. So the Just Transition covers a wide range of issues, including centering frontline communities and building local economies that respect ecosystems and human rights, reduces resource use and waste, and moves beyond GDP-based measures of progress, and many more things. As a living framework, Just Transition continues to evolve in response to shifting political, social, and environmental landscapes. So to help with more framing, we wanted to offer WECAN's report, How Prioritizing Care Work Can Unlock a Just Transition for All, just as another way of looking at this. It's a report that demonstrates how investment in high-quality care jobs can help mitigate the worst impacts of the climate crisis, increase funding for public infrastructure, and support economies within a Just Transition framework, with a feminist perspective, and talking a lot about this unpaid care work that goes on that is at the heart of a lot of our economies. So central to all of our fossil fuel phase-out efforts is that the world needs to transition to renewable energy. However, we need to also transform the structures of power that preside over our energy systems to ensure that there is a just transition to a democratic and cooperative energy economy. Communities need to be included and have power over their energy systems. And as the global community navigates an energy transition, it's essential that solutions do not reproduce the same injustices of the fossil fuel economy, which prioritizes economic growth over human and environmental health. One glaring example is that we don't want to continue the same extractive colonial practices as the demands for minerals needed for renewable energy technologies grows exponentially. And to avoid this injustice and harm means incorporating a much deeper analysis, not only of a discussion of energy, but of extraction, power dynamics, and overconsumption by wealthy countries. So in light of the need for further analysis, WECAN has released a report called How Local Community Power is Central to a Just Renewable Energy Transition. So we'll put that in the chat, and we'll also be coming out with another report on mineral mining. When we go to Santa Marta, we will be releasing that report. This report and the one upcoming provides a climate justice framework for a just transition and empowers us, all of us, we the people in our communities, to localize power. We also know what doesn't work: false solutions like carbon offsets, unproven techno fixes, and market-based mechanisms that are pushed by fossil fuel companies, big banks, and complicit governments protect profits and delay real action. And these distractions do not cut emissions at the source. they don't deliver climate justice, and they only really deepen the crisis we're fighting to stop. And that's why our climate movements must continue to expose and shut down these false pathways, because if we don't, they will hijack our future and lock us into decades more of destruction. So we also know what does work: decentralized renewable energy, owned and managed by communities, just transition plans written with and by those who are impacted, rights of nature, indigenous rights, land back, and reparations for colonial damage, reforestation and agroecology movements that regenerate the earth while feeding families, policies rooted in climate reparations and care-based economies, not corporate greenwashing, and as we've been talking about today, a fast, fair, funded phase out of fossil fuels. And within all of this, a clear understanding that the leadership of women in all of their diversity across all sectors is not optional, it's essential. So with all of this in mind and kind of setting the tenor for this conversation, I'm very honored to hand over the floor to Tasneem Essop, who's been deeply engaged as a key leader organizing civil society for a long time, but also particularly in the upcoming conference in Colombia. And as I hand the floor over to her, I also want everyone to know that we'll be continuing to put links in the chat about how you can get involved and be participating in the conference in Colombia. And with that, Tasneem, please take the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Osprey, and greetings to everybody. I'm deeply honored to be part of this amazing assembly of women, building women's momentum for a just phase out of fossil fuels. Of course, we are gearing up for Santa Marta, the first international conference, engagement by governments and other stakeholders, civil society, etc., to discuss transitioning away from fossil fuels. This conference, of course, is long overdue, and we have to recognize is the result of all our collective efforts for decades and decades, and we've just seen this most inspiring video ahead of this panel discussion, decades-long fight to end the era of fossil fuels. While we did not get any outcome since this, the big victory that we achieved at COP28 in Dubai, where governments agreed to transition away from fossil fuels and did not implement any plans to do so, and in the COP in Belém, we did not manage to get any agreement again. We should not forget that, in fact, at the COP in Belém, we actually did have a very important victory. And that victory was also achieved off the back of massive collective power by movements across the world. Women, workers, indigenous people, environmental organization, frontline communities, youth, all of us collectively fought for an outcome in Belém on the just transition and also for a global mechanism on just transition so that we can have a global, cooperative, collaborative way of ensuring just transitions happen. That outcome was absolutely critical and far-reaching. It is one of those agreements reached that has far-reaching, rights-based language never seen before in any UNFCCC agreement. Recognizes the rights of indigenous people, Afro-descendants, recognizes the rights of women, etc., very strongly as critical players in the planning for just transitions. So let us also celebrate, while we did not get, and we probably did not expect to get, an outcome on fossil fuel phase out in implementation, we did get the most critical framework to achieve a fossil fuel phase out, because without a just transition, we will not be able to have a just and equitable and funded and feminist phase out of fossil fuels. So I just wanted to put that into context as well. We are obviously, as you said, Osprey, we are very busy preparing for Santa Marta, CAN and DCJ, convening the widest, it's amazing, the widest preparation process by civil society across the board. We've got over 900 groups and networks in all the different sectors, Afro-descendants, indigenous peoples, workers, youth, women, feminists, etc., all coming together to prepare for Santa Marta. And it has just been the most inspiring process because people are really excited to contribute to this first international conference on transitioning away from fossil fuels. So I do want to say that, you know, we're inspired, we are excited, and we are getting ready for Santa Marta. We will be having a People Summit in Santa Marta, and we are also planning for that. So please watch out for all of the information around that. So while we are all excited about this first opportunity to engage in very serious discussions about solutions and how we actually find those pathways to phase out fossil fuels, I think it is going to be important, however, for us to understand and recognize and acknowledge and prepare for this very sobering time that we are living through in the world. We head off to Santa Marta fully aware of the horrific context that we are living through today. This is a world where fossil fuels emerges yet again as a force of destruction. When imperialist power can invade a sovereign country, kidnap its president, and take control of its oil. Where the same imperialist country can blockade a sovereign nation, already reeling from decades of embargo, and prevent access to the fuel that's much needed to survive. And in fact, we've just heard the news that in the ICU wards in the hospitals in Cuba, all of the patients have died. We live in a world where a country can launch an illegal act of aggression against another nation on all kinds of pretexts, against international law, and we are now experiencing the results of global disruption of energy markets, and yet again, it is ordinary people who are going to bear the worst impacts of that. And people are already feeling the impacts in terms of rising food prices, etc. We live in a world where over 2.5 years, we continue to witness a live stream genocide, fueled by nations who are complicit in still supplying an occupying regime with coal, oil, and gas. This death and destruction we are witnessing, is not an anomaly. It is the design. It is the design of the system that we are needing to address and dismantle. It is the natural progression of an imperialist capitalist system whose violence is now being laid bare for all to see. We, obviously, in our engagements in Santa Marta, where we are going to be looking at transitioning away from fossil fuels, and that transition would need to be just and equitable and managed with minimal disruption to societies, to economies, to peoples. However, in a world where everything is unpredictable, where we are witnessing huge disruptions to everything that we have actually held dear and took for granted, whether that is respect for international law, respect for democratic systems, respect for rights that we have taken for granted and fought for decades, respect for multilateral systems, all of these are being disrupted, dismantled, and challenged. It is a time like this when the conversations that we have about a just transition, the solutions we propose for that just transition, the ideas that we have about the future that we are transitioning towards, all of these would have to be located in the understanding of our histories, slavery, colonialism, all underpinned by systems of racism and patriarchy, and the realities of today. The genesis of where we are is obviously rooted in those histories. So we cannot achieve a managed transition if we do not understand that we have to also dismantle these systems and that we have to build our collective power to present our solutions, our ideas, what we need for the transition away from fossil fuels, but also understand that the fight continues, that we will never achieve all of that without dismantling the existing violent extractivist systems of imperialism. And so we need to go to Santa Marta with that in mind, with understanding that we also go to build our collective power, to get our inspiration from each other's struggles, that we stand shoulder to shoulder. Also, understanding our fight continues. We'll present proposals, but we will leave Santa Marta understanding that our fight to dismantle this extractivist system continues. Thank you very much, Osprey, and I look forward to hearing the fellow panelists as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tasneem, for your powerful comments and intervention. And yes, so important to understand, as we were talking about actually in the last panel, how important it is to understand that we're talking about a systemic change, and it starts with fossil fuels, but it is so much more. It is the system we've been living in for a very long time. So thank you for highlighting that. And also I wanted to thank you for highlighting the win that did happen at COP30, because that was just a huge effort that went on for years and years and years by civil society. And it was a big win on the just transition mechanism and giving us a framework for going into Santa Marta and other processes at the COP. And I think it would be good if we could put in the chat resources. I can, of course, think offhand about the blog that we wrote at the end of COP30 from WECAN, but there are other resources that people could put in the chat about the just transition victory that I think is important for people to learn about in this conversation. So thank you for that. And with that, I'm very excited to invite Mela to take the floor. Mela Chaponda, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Osprey. And I think now I have the task of speaking after Taz. So I'm just thinking about when we go to Santa Marta, what are we as feminists and particularly as ecofeminists, what are we really pushing for? How can we build a framework for a transition that is entirely just? And I just want to bring that to us as activists in the room and advocates in the room, that when we are talking about a just transition, the questions probably that we have to be asking ourselves is, how how we shift the energy system and who defines the transition and who benefits, who bears the cost, and what forms of life are centered and erased. And therefore, we need to be challenging the dominant, the technocratic, the extractive model of green transitions and insist on justice, care, and redistribution at every level. So I have just been thinking through about what could be that pathway that is just for us to be informing our just transition, one that is rooted in African and global South struggles, one that moves towards a truly just energy transition. And I'm thinking about how we can reject the idea of energy systems that exist, whether the energy systems are fossil fuels driven or they are renewable energy, that they exist, they do not exist to serve the markets, profit, and GDP growth. And instead, it is asking, or we are asking ourselves, what energy systems can sustain life, can sustain our dignity and ecological balance. And therefore, that can only be done if we give priority to energy for care work, energy for our food systems, for water access, and community well-being. And we shift from energy access metrics towards energy justice and sufficiency, and that we resist commodification of nature. We are seeing this in the carbon markets, the language that is being used as we are moving towards towards energy transitions, that we are hearing about carbon markets where forests are turned into offsets, and therefore the need to reframe energy from being a commodity to a commons that can sustain life. And I think our biggest push should be dismantling extractivism, even in the green form, that we work on exposing how the so-called green transition reproduces colonial extractivism. And I want to give the example of Zimbabwe, where we are seeing lithium extraction that is reproducing exactly the same violence, the same colonial mentality, the same grabbing that existed during the colonial times. We're seeing this in cobalt, the rare earth minerals across the continent. They are reproducing the same kind of violence that we had assumed that we have gone past. And therefore, we need to be challenging the sacrifice zones where communities, and particularly women in rural areas, the indigenous women, are bearing the disproportionate burden of environmental and social harm. And therefore, that means rejecting transitions that are built on violence, dispossession, and land grabs. And we demand accountability from corporations, from powerful states that are driving green extractivism. And I think we need to be thinking about a just transition that is not built on new forms of violence that we are seeing right now, the violence going on globally, that is all about energy systems, that we do not move towards the new forms of the old violence. And I think the issue of centering women's leadership and collective power, that has been pushed for quite a bit. And we have seen this in Belém, where we have, for a change, something that we can work with. But here I want us to look at women as in using an intersectional lens, that we focus on women in the rural areas, indigenous women, the working class women, that we do not only look at them as beneficiaries, but as knowledge holders, as the system designers, that we invest in collective ownership models, the cooperative, the community trust, and recognize and resource the informal, the unpaid, and the care labor, that we shift power from elite, centralized actors to community-rooted leadership. Because when we hear our leaders talking about the issue of the distribution of energy, we often hear about national grids, and we are not hearing about the energy transition, creating an opportunity for those 600 million in Africa who are living without access to clean, affordable and safe energy systems, that we advance energy democracy and localized systems. And I just want to finish off by talking about how the just transition should value care, should value interdependence, and focus on social reproduction as well. That when we look at the mainstream energy policy, it ignores care work, but as feminists, we are placing this at the center, that the design of energy systems should reduce women's labor burdens. For example, the clean cooking, the water pumping, and these are real issues in Africa and in the global South, and that we recognize the local economies that are sustained through care and not just production. And we embed well-being, we embed collective rearing into those transition processes, that we also employ methodologies such as feminist participatory action research. And I really would like for me to center the realities of communities, because that is where I'm coming from, and as well, having lived those realities where the production of knowledge is not transformed. And when we do not transform our knowledge systems, it means we are going to be creating the same system that marginalizes the voice, that marginalizes the realities, and continue to look at women only as beneficiaries, but and not as legitimate knowledge holders. And therefore, I'm looking at us working towards honoring the knowledge systems of women in communities, and as well that those kinds of knowledge systems are given space and are given priority, that we work on ensuring epistemic justice. Thank you so much. Over to you, Osprey.
Thank you so much, Amela, for your really important comments and intervention. And I really appreciate you highlighting that we want to ensure that we reject from a transition anything that harms our communities and harms our ecological systems, that we're very conscious of this, and also to really bring forward that this question of who's benefiting from the transition, but also seeing women in all of their diversity, not just what they're benefiting, but to be seen as knowledge holders, to be seen as leaders. I really appreciate you highlighting that as we frame up our approach to the just transition. Thank you so much for your work and for your comments here. And now I'm really glad to bring the conversation to Orielle Derinje. Thank you so much, Orielle, for joining us.
Thank you so much. Eklanete Deneswatlaneta Erils Ekwehushe, Deranger Betsini Hisli. I just introduced myself in my Indigenous language. I come from the territories of Northern Alberta in so-called Canada, and I am a member of the Athabasca Chippewa First Nation and the founder and director of the Woven Project, as well as Indigenous Climate Action. I really want to say thank you to the previous speakers and Osprey and WECAN for bringing this important discussion to the forefront, particularly in the lead up to the conference in Santa Marta at the end of the month. I think that I want to reiterate a lot of what's already been said, but I also want to give a lot of reference and respect to the fact that this is a conversation that has been at the top of Indigenous peoples' movements within the conversations for climate justice for decades. We have been asking for the phase out and the transition away from fossil fuels since these discussions began in 1992 at the international level in the development of the UNFCCC. And just 2 years ago in October in Geneva, Indigenous peoples came together from all 7 sociocultural regions of the world to create what is now being known as the Just Transition Indigenous Peoples Perspective, Knowledge, and Lived Experiences for principles and protocols for a just transition. And at that, it is about, and I really want to thank Claudia in the comments who said we need to center Indigenous cosmovision and cosmology into these discussions, because that was a big tenet of this, that we need to center the interconnectedness and kinship with all living things on this planet as we develop our just transition strategies. And why is that so important? Why do we need to have this conversation that centers those interconnections and those values that Indigenous peoples globally hold, that connection to place, to territory, the sacredness of all living things, is that transitioning away from fossil fuels and extractive economies associated with it cannot be decoupled from the long history of displacement and genocide of Indigenous peoples. A lot of the current discourse on the phase out of fossil fuels has failed to confront the underlying colonial models, economic and environmental management, and they are driving climate and environmental collapse. These very systems are at the forefronts of the poly crisis that we're currently faced with, whether that's economic crisis, environmental crisis, humanitarian crises. These crises all come from this insatiable greed to develop resources. Right now, we've been driven by a system that is dominated by the oil and gas or petrostates, where transnational corporations are dictating the direction, scale, and speed of development that is expanding geopolitical conflicts, war, genocide, colonialism, neocolonialism, and employing frameworks that this is all under national security. And it is used to justify and increase access to and monopolization and control of all natural resources. So why is this such an important thing to be talking about when we talk about a just transition? Because right now, we need to broaden the scope of solutions to include Indigenous and human rights-based approaches that require states to enact and enforce clear and comprehensive regulatory frameworks to uphold bare minimum standards for respect for human and Indigenous rights, so we can shift perspectives from addressing a singular crisis, phase out of fossil fuels, reduction of emissions, whichever singularity we're trying to operate in, to building tangible steps for reimagining how to tackle the poly crisis we're currently operating within. By reducing the discourse to one centered around shifting energy systems from oil to gas to renewable technologies, as our previous speaker stated, we run the risk of continuing to perpetuate systems that are locked in extractivism and that continue to be used to justify the degradation of human rights and the rights of Indigenous peoples and environmental destruction. So we start to lose sight of the fundamental elements of human rights and the rights of people if we get locked up in these conversations around stabilizing economies and energy systems that are just perpetuating the status quo of colonial capitalism as the center of all things. Like, let's be real. Tasmin talked about it a lot. Like, we have state leaders that are just like throwing the guidebook out of the rule book out the window and committing genocides and just absolutely unethical things in the name of power, of control, and resources. And when we talk about that just transition one more time, I really want to state that in upholding not just Indigenous rights, but the principles of FPIC must be fully implemented. And I'm not just talking about operating and implementing Indigenous rights as a sort of side table thing, but at the center of this, that we have to include and recognize that Indigenous peoples' rights need to be implemented, not as simply a thing on the side, but at the center of all the things that we do. Indigenous peoples' lands and territories encompass about 20% of the world's surface of the world. And we are managing somewhere between, the debate is now between like 30, 60, 80% of the world's biodiversity. But what's even more alarming when we start to talk about the just transition away from fossil fuels is the reality is more than 54% of the global reserves for those energy transition minerals lie on or near indigenous lands. And I'll put a link in the chat for this. So this is not just an issue of protecting indigenous lands and territories. This now becomes a fight between the national security and economic prosperity of states and the livelihood and longevity and survival of indigenous cultures. Indigenous peoples continue to be criminalized and vilified as being obstructors to progress. And so as we talk about a just transition and a phase out of fossil fuels, which we desperately need, we also need to have a conversation about what that truly means, about continuing to do that in the name of perpetuating and standardizing colonial capitalism as the thing we are trying to protect as part of that transition. We need to be protecting the cosmological value systems that indigenous peoples have of that interconnection with land, territory, place, river systems. Our non-human kin all have the same values and rights within our cultures. As my people, we are Dene Sotlene, we are Kaitale Dene Sotlene, we are also people of the Caribou, people of the Delta. We are inseparable from those places, and yet we live in a society that wants us to maintain a level of separability, siloing the issues, siloing people from our connections to our lands and territories. And what that does in the landscape of women's rights within this is it also perpetuates systems of patriarchy that decreases the value of women in societies and the contributions that we have in maintaining those centers for our people. So when we talk about respecting and holding indigenous rights at the center of the conversations for a phase out of fossil fuels, we are also talking about addressing this from a multi-crisis, a poly-crisis, a meta-crisis, because it is inseparable. What happens to the lands and territories, whether that's conservation and biological diversity, whether this is a conversation around reduction of emissions, reducing greenhouse gas emissions under the UNFCCC, whether these are conversations under the human rights models, whether these are conversations on racial discrimination across all the board, indigenous rights are asking and demanding that we reevaluate how we center our value systems in that interconnection. And this will allow us to really reframe our solutions frameworks to be much more broad and to have more respect for our lands and territories and the knowledge systems that we have maintained since time immemorial to keep these lands protected. This will allow us to reframe indigenous peoples as criminals and obstructors to development and progress, to those that are grounding us in the reality that we are a part of a system that we cannot be disconnected from. So I really hope that as we move forward into the conversations in Santa Marta, that we can look at the full implementation of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples that can circumvent the status quo of allowing colonial governments to classify mining and extractive industries as a matter of national security and economic emergency. Historically, this has given these corporations and states the right to operate on indigenous territories without our free, prior, and informed consent. We must ensure that our inherent roles and responsibilities, born from the divinity as indigenous peoples to protect the spiritual, cultural, and social and economic health and well-being of our regions and all resources, from the womb of Mother Earth to the stars, is respected and supported through our own voices. That is a quote directly from the Indigenous Peoples' Principles and Protocols for a Just Transition. All human rights instruments, from the guiding principles for corporations to the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, the UN General Assembly Resolution on the Rights to Clean, Healthy, and Sustainable Environment, the OECD Guidelines for Multinational Enterprises on Responsible Business and Conduct, ILO 169, all serve as valuable foundations on which states can develop and implement such frameworks. But it requires political will, and it requires the pressure from people to demand and see indigenous peoples as not just tokens, but as valuable people with valuable knowledge systems and rights to be held at the center to bring us forward into new pathways. I really hope that we can move forward within this discussion that doesn't sideline indigenous peoples as simply as stakeholders and observers, but as real contributors at the table, because for too long we've been held on the sidelines, and for too long we've been trying to enter into these spaces, demanding this. I think at this point, we are just enacting these things with or without these states, with or without the funding. And I hope that people will join us in Santa Marta, where we will also be holding an autonomous space for Indigenous peoples, participating in the civil society spaces, and bringing these issues to the tables in the high-level discussions. I really look forward to these discussions, and I really implore everyone to keep their minds on this as we're seeing these wars escalating that are driving states to continue to grasp at those last tenets of power in the petrostate, and they're going to apply that to a transition into a new energy model. So we must be careful of these false narratives that an energy transition is the salvation to a human rights crisis, because it is simply not. We must do this with real respect for both human and Indigenous rights and the rights of women and those that are most impacted by these crises. Thank you, Masicho.
Thank you so much, Orielle. Quite an extraordinary presentation. Thank you so much for connecting a lot of dots. And I just wanted to highlight that Orielle is also the founder of Woven, a project that she has put together to highlight a lot of these solutions from Indigenous peoples and the challenges they face. And I think woven is such a great word for you because of your great talent in weaving so many different pieces of information and knowledge together for us. So thank you for that. And to be sure, I just wanted to highlight and emphasize that what Orielle talked about regarding how Indigenous peoples for decades have been bringing forward this issue of not extraction of fossil fuels, not extracting minerals, not extracting and getting off an extractive economy. So this is not new, and I think we do need to continue to look to their leadership at this time and put front and center their voices in the discourse of the phase out as well as the just transition. And very much also in alignment, one of the reasons that, as I mentioned earlier, we're putting out a report right at Santa Marta around mining, around this issue of not sort of just blindly going into the renewable energy realm and what that means for human rights, Indigenous rights, land protection, biodiversity protection, that we're going to have to do it with a rights-based framework. And that's going to be a challenge because we're on this extractive economy. So, I think while we're very excited about going to Santa Marta and this momentum, this is a war zone. This is a battle, not the kind that we're seeing globally, but in terms of actually meeting the status quo, business as usual, the people who have power. This is not going to be an easy task, and we're going to need everyone. And as I mentioned at the end of this session, we'll be giving some different points about what people can do. But right now, I want to hand the floor over to our next speaker. I'm very honored to have with us Rhoda. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Orielle, and all the amazing speakers who have come before me. I think it's really a battlefront and the room is charged. I'm super excited to be with you this evening. I'm connecting from Togo in West Africa. It's pretty late here, but I'm very happy to be part of this important initiative. And I would like to applaud WECAN for this initiative, but then also the powerful sisters I'm honored to share this platform with, as well as the great and wonderful audience who have also connected from all over the world to join in this important session. I'd like to start off by saying power to the women who face the scavengers of environmental degradation, in addition to the dark conditions and inequalities we continuously face. Power to the global south, developing countries, small island states, who contributes minimally to global carbon emissions, yet are the most vulnerable to climate impacts. And even worse, are the victims of the politics of climate policy, where corporations and global leaders continue to shift the goalposts to what the science calls for. Part of the women who, despite the many difficult conditions, continue to rise above the odds to safeguarding our rights, protecting communities and ecosystems, biodiversities, and indeed society at large. We are indeed the bedrock of our societies, communities, and nations, and we carry a power that we must leverage today as we fight for a just and equitable transition. Comrades, trade unions applaud the gains from Belém, which came about from our collective action, as Tassim rightly mentioned in her remarks. As we prepare for Santa Marta and indeed Antalya also coming ahead, we are reminded of the importance of leveraging this collective power to challenge the forces that oppose us. Now, for ITUC Africa and ITUC, which represents trade unions and workers across the continent and across the world, our position on climate action is clear. We demand that all governments implement transformative policies to reverse the trend of climate change through decarbonization of all economic activities, including meeting and exceeding internationally agreed commitments and targets. Just transition, indeed, as was defined in the opening remarks, but also defined by the ILO guidelines and the fundamental principles and rights at work. And focusing on workers' decent work and quality jobs is essential to this process. Now, would want to call on urgent action as we move ahead to Santa Marta. One, trade unions stress the urgency of tackling climate change in order to prevent widespread, grievous, and spiraling economic and occupational health and safety harms to workers around the world, and ultimately to save humanity and the biosphere and to create decent employment. Failure to act on climate action is a betrayal of workers, young people, and future generations, indigenous people, as we have just heard. Unions have moved the agenda with progress on just transition, negotiating the decarbonization of industries and cities while ensuring decent jobs in the transformation. We demand that all policymakers implement transformative policies to reverse the trend of climate through decarbonization of all economic activities, including meeting and exceeding internationally agreed commitments and targets. We insist that just transition with the full involvement of unions, without which climate change cannot be reversed, be centered to all efforts to tackle climate change. Climate action with just transition creates jobs and supports a skilled and educated workforce. Governments need to commit to work for the retention, reclamation, and expansion of public ownership of energy infrastructure and systems. All employers need to adopt zero carbon strategies in consultation with trade unions through collective bargaining and social dialogue. We call for the necessary levels of investments in skills and lifelong learning needed to ensure just transition. We insist on the importance of technology transfer and supportive provisions in grants to enable all countries to transform their economies and create decent jobs through just transition. We say global actions and resources for adopting to and mitigating the impacts of climate change and supporting just transition in the least wealthy and most vulnerable countries is crucial. Global trade will also play an important role in the development of any roadmap, with bilateral and multilateral agreements that chart out a credible, orderly, and mutually agreed transition pathways that safeguards the workforce and maintains the balance between countries. Now, as we wrap up and move towards Santa Marta, we say trade unions call for an end to wasteful and upwardly redistributive government subsidies to fossil fuel corporations and action to prevent their profiteering while ensuring protection of households against energy poverty. Instead of wasteful subsidies, these funds must be channeled into sustainable investments with public procurement supporting climate action and investors making their investments conditional on a just transition away from fossil fuels with employment guarantees. As we move ahead, trade unions are or trade unions stand ready to work with women, indigenous peoples, community groups, youth groups, etc. And we say it's important for us to center the voices and concerns of workers in all decisions and outcomes that come out. We stand ready and are committed in working with you, even as we move to Santa Marta, and we will join hands with all progressives as we move forward or we advance the cause for a just and equitable transition for workers, for their communities, and for societies. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rhoda Boateng. It's such an honor to have you here. And thank you for your excellent comments. And it's so important that we as a movement always include the trade unions. They're often left out of this discussion. And so it's really especially important to have you here today and really see all the alignment that we do have and how we can support each other in the different sectors in the ecosystem of pushing forward a true just transition. So thank you for that. And I also really appreciated your comments about not supporting wasteful subsidies, which are really pulling funds away from where they should go, and all of your great comments. But thank you so much for being here, and we look forward to working hand in hand with you in Santa Marta and with the trade unions. Thank you very much. And with that, I'd like to hand the floor to Majo Cerda. Thank you. And again, if I don't know if you're going to be speaking in English or Spanish, but we do have a translation opportunity with the little globe at the bottom of your screen. Majo, thank you.
Thank you, Osprey, and thank you everyone for staying here till this late. I know sometimes it's very hard for us, but in general, I thank you to all my panelists, my fellow panelists, because I think they are bringing so much information and ways to take into advantage on each of our lands and territories to do more actions for us. I would like to change into Spanish because I would like to be brief. En este sentido, me gustaría como hablar bastante rápido de lo que está pasando en Ecuador. Quisiera ser un poco más puntual, que algo que dijo Ariel me llegó mucho porque llega muy en conjunto a lo que yo estaba reflexionando últimamente y lo que está pasando en Ecuador. En Ecuador hace 3 años ganamos un referéndum que era decir que vamos a dejar el petróleo bajo tierra en uno de los territorios más sagrados para los pueblos indígenas en aislamiento voluntario en la Amazonía. Ganó a nivel nacional este referéndum, pero hasta ahora el Estado ecuatoriano no cumple y de hecho está abriendo más concesiones petroleras en la Amazonía Sur. Esto llega muy ligado a lo que dijo Ariel. El poder económico sigue moviendo al capital social, al capital humano en todas las partes del mundo. Esto no está restringido a un solo espacio, sino al globo. Y algo que me intriga mucho es también mencionarles aquí que no es solo este efecto de la transición, ya todos estamos de acuerdo en que tiene que haber una transición de combustibles fósiles. Ya lo decía Ariel, antes fue a gas, ahora es a estos metales raros, em, pero no se está cumpliendo como tal. En esta sintonía, eh, lo que está avanzando en el mundo más bien es cómo se cambia esta dinámica de explotar el petróleo, pero seguir explotando minerales. Y en Ecuador hubo un convenio recientemente entre Estados Unidos y el gobierno de Ecuador para explotar y tener prioridad de inversión y de compra sobre tierras raras en Ecuador. Y esto es en territorios indígenas, en territorios amazónicos. Esto significa que están violentando nuevamente nuestros derechos de la naturaleza, nuestros derechos de pueblos y nacionalidades. Y lo problemático es que uno piensa que la política global de Estados Unidos no va a afectar a otros países de una manera tan intrínseca, pero lo está haciendo, ¿no? Entonces, yo creo que es importante reconocer esta influencia de los países con poder, no solo político, sino también económico, en todos estos ejes, para darnos cuenta que simplemente no hay esa voluntad política, porque esto es una voluntad política que nos está cumpliendo la transición de combustibles fósiles a otras formas alternativas. Y si son estas formas alternativas, también se priorizan a los mismos países que están demandando más petróleo a nivel mundial. Esto es lo problemático porque ya no es solo minerales conocidos como cobre, como litio, sino que son en verdad tierras raras, que son minerales que no se encuentran fácilmente, pero lamentablemente en territorios indígenas, porque han sido los que más se han conservado, están estos minerales y ahora nosotros nos estamos enfrentando a que va a haber mucha más explotación en nuestros territorios. En este sentido, también me gustaría hacer esta referencia a cómo estamos divididos, al menos el tema de tierras raras en el mundo. Los principales países que poseen este poder económico en minerales de tierras raras son Rusia, China y Brasil, que tienen las más grandes, los más grandes porcentajes a nivel mundial. Pero precisamente donde hay unas pequeñas cantidades y donde saben que no hay buena legislación a favor de pueblos indígenas o buena legislación a nivel ambiental en ciertos países del sur, es donde las empresas de inversión que tienen gran capital empiezan a buscar estas secciones, ¿no? Estoy hablando principalmente de Canadá, que al menos en Ecuador es es el mayor país inversor de capital en todo tipo de minería, no solo minería por oro, que es la mayor inversión que tienen aquí en Ecuador, pero es en general, en todo el tipo de minería que se hace en Ecuador. Y esta diferencia, ¿por qué la hago? Porque las tierras raras, pesadas, están en estos países que les dije, pero las tierras raras, livianas y medianas están en estos otros países del sur. Pese a que no son competencia directa por el material, la concentración de minerales que lo son en China y en Rusia, pues están buscando hacer la explotación donde sea porque es competitivo. A nivel internacional es competitivo, nada más por este sello de ser alternativo, ¿no? Y eso preocupa muchísimo más a Ecuador y nosotros como pueblos indígenas estamos muy alertados porque, como dije, tras la firma del convenio con Estados Unidos, acá en Ecuador se abrió, se abrió paso a que se apruebe una reforma a la Constitución, de cierta manera, con la ley de minería y energías. Esto implica que con esta ley ya no se va a tener nada más que hacer, que consentir con pueblos indígenas o que pedir licencias ambientales súper rigurosas, sino que para este tipo de minería, que son en tierras raras, que son a menor escala, solo se va a dar una autorización ambiental. Y esto preocupa porque es un paso a seguir en otros países, sobre todo en Venezuela, en Perú, que tienen leyes menos rigurosas en cuanto a materia ambiental y peor de pueblos indígenas. Esto dificulta también nuestro accionar como pueblos y nacionalidades porque ahora no se pide el consentimiento previo, libre e informado, no se hace ninguna consulta, sino más bien hay un silencio administrativo que permitiría hacer una explotación de estos recursos. Y como dije, esta preocupación de las reformas de ley ocurren acá en el sur, en América del Sur sobre todo, para hacer más fácil la entrada de empresas mineras y porque acá también están las mayores reservas de estas tierras raras. Lo que yo diría también en este sentido es que no solo es cómo están estructurándose estos poderes, sino también la facilidad con la que llegan a ocupar los grupos de poder las élites de las grandes transnacionales, de los grandes conglomerados mineros y petroleros, los puestos de autoridades seccionales y nacionales de los países acá en Sudamérica, ¿no? Tenemos tenemos esta incapacidad de una gobernanza sobre los pueblos en general, no solo pueblos indígenas, comunidades locales o afros, sino también de la sociedad en general donde se prioriza el tema económico. Entonces, yo aquí quisiera dejar como esta situación de que nosotros podemos activarnos como sociedad, pero lo que también tenemos que hacer es una activación político-administrativa, porque ahí están entrando, al menos en Sudamérica, al menos en el sur global, están entrando para cambiar las leyes y ahí atacarnos, ahí dejarnos sin estas prioridades, sin estos derechos y hacer retrocesos en los mismos. Quisiera solo dejar con este mensaje que se siga apoyando las voces de los pueblos indígenas. Nuestros compañeros del Yasuní, de los pueblos en aislamiento voluntario, estarán en Santa Marta, estarán alzando las voces mujeres lideresas indígenas que no van a descansar hasta que el referéndum que ganamos en las urnas a nivel nacional estén respetadas por el gobierno ecuatoriano, y tiene que hacerlo porque es un derecho de nosotros. Y desde esa lucha se va a seguir desparramando en en todo el Ecuador y en toda la región amazónica y de Sudamérica para seguir haciendo esta transición justa que nosotros tanto estamos deseando. Ashka Pagracho.
Thank you so much, Maho. Really appreciate your presentation and the hard work that you're doing, and also to convey what is happening in Ecuador and to your community. And we have been posting about your work in the chat, and we really look forward to working with you in Colombia on the ground and connecting with you and collaborating with you and helping you with your agenda and supporting you in any way we can. Yes, it's so important that we talk about exactly what's happening in Ecuador with the mining issue. So thank you for bringing our good attention to it. I also wanted to let our audience know that we know Maho in different contexts, and I also want to highlight and celebrate that she has also been working on a different kind of economy, really putting forward an indigenous economy and work around how we can get off the fossil fuel economy with land-based economies, and has been doing really beautiful work in that way. And this is also part of the just transition, is what we need to not do, which is to perpetuate this very dangerous extractive economy that is a colonial concept that is now perpetuated through capitalism, but also to look at the fact that we can have other kinds of exchange, other kinds of views of the economy. And this is really critical for us to learn from other models of economy. And this is something that we're really looking at and including in a lot of our discussions and our policy briefs, to really introduce the ideas of getting off of GDP, of looking at circular economy, of looking at beyond growth economies, at degrowth, at looking at stopping overconsumption, of looking at the justice between the overconsumption of wealthy countries. All of this is tied into ending one thing and beginning a new economy. And actually that new economy is quite old. It's the old forms of trading and other types of markets of exchange that are based on planetary boundaries and not going beyond what communities can hold. So I wanted just to bring forward, there's also a lot of work the women on this panel are doing that is connected to a forward way of looking as well as what we must stop. And I really wanted to highlight that Maho's a really amazing leader in that space as well. Last but not least is a dear friend and colleague, Aishka, and I'd love to give you the floor to talk to us further about the just transition. Thank you, Aishka.
Thank you so much, Osprey. It is extremely not hard at all to come after the incredible, powerful women and feminists that just spoke before me. And I really feel the solidarity in the space and the room. And I want to thank WECAN from the bottom of my heart for convening such a space for us to sit together, strategize, and also hold space whilst the madness is happening around the world. And that being said, I really want to start with where I am right now. I'm speaking to you from the Swana region, Southwest Asia, North Africa, where war is not abstract. It is unfolding in real time. It has been terrifying to listen. It has become a terrifying routine to listen to the loud booms of the interception of missiles. And it is a bit ironic that as Tasneem was speaking as well, I heard a really loud boom. And it was quite frightening, and I was trying to ground myself in the space that we are in right now. And one thing that has become very clear very quickly is how deeply our world is still structured around fossil fuels. When oil corridors are disrupted and when supply chains are threatened, the impacts, the ripple effects are felt globally, right? Across economies, across food systems, and people's everyday lives. And I can't believe that it has taken the petrol prices increasing for some people to reach a level of humanity to recognize the atrocious war crimes that has been happening, especially in the Swana region, against brown bodies. And it really forces us to confront something that we don't say enough, which is that this is not just a climate crisis, but it is a political economy that is built on extraction, dependency, and conflict. And we know that many of the wars that we are witnessing historically and today are entangled with petropolitics, because fossil fuels are not just an energy source, right? They've never been just an energy source. They are power, they are leverage, and they are control, especially that the Western imperialist world is using. So when we talk about fossil fuel phase out, we cannot just reduce it to emissions. We are talking about dismantling a system that produces both the climate breakdown and the geopolitical instability that we're seeing in our world today. And that's why exactly just transition matters. These conversation matters. What we're going to do in Santa Marta matters. And I think it's also important for us to change the narrative and change the question that we are asking ourselves from not just what we are transitioning away from, but what are we transitioning into? And for whom is the transition happening, whether it is for communities, whether it's for private industries and the Western colonial states. And this also brings me to my second point, right? Where is that change happening and where is it still constrained? We saw that in COP28 from the mandate of the Sharm el-Sheikh Implementation Plan, just transition was negotiated as a standalone agenda item for the very first time. And we also got the outcome document, which is the UAE Just Transition Work Program. But the issue with the UAE Just Transition Work Program was that its only mandate was confined into having dialogues. And although dialogues are important to have that political conversations, we very well know that we cannot book club our way through a climate crisis. And that is when civil society came together and decided to take matters into our own hands, do the homework, do the strategy, and build something called the Global Just Transition Mechanism. It was actually last year, 2025, in February, that the Women and Gender constituency developed the blueprint of a Global Just Transition Mechanism, which was then taken up and shaped and strengthened by rights holders collectively, from trade unions, indigenous peoples, to Engo constituencies of our colleagues from CAN and DCJ, as well as the youth. And we really felt that, the power is also concentrated in our collective envisioning. We did not get the Bellum action mechanism because governments decided one day to wake up and be brave. That is not how it happened. This was not handed to us, right? It was built. It was built through long nights, through drafting submissions, developing the full architecture of the mechanism, and pushing these details into text and into the negotiations. And in our recent submission that the Women and Gender constituency prepared for paragraph 26 of decision of CMA 7 on the Just Transition Work Program, we really go further into outlining exactly how we want the Global Just Transition Mechanism, or BAM, to function, from having a coordination and stock taking element to knowledge sharing, to matchmaking support, and also establishing a global help desk, all designed to really move just transition from conversation to implementation. And what the mechanism does is very simple, but at the same time, it is also powerful because it creates the infrastructure for coordination, for knowledge, and for support. And this is very important because the just transition efforts right now in the world are so fragmented. It is happening in silos and its own echo chambers. We are not having cross collaboration, coordination, and community oriented discussion that includes rights holders such as feminists, youth, indigenous peoples, trade unions, workers, etc. And so the just transition mechanism really opens a corridor for real action. But at the same time, it's also important for us to be honest with ourselves and also discuss the limitations of spaces like the UNFCCC, right? Whilst we were able to achieve some bold visions within the UNFCCC, we know that these spaces are not designed to deliver justice at the pace that the world needs. Because they are designed to deliver consensus. And this means double downing. This means dilution of ambition, even when we know that solutions already exist, even when we know that finance already exists. It is just going into the wrong things and the wrong hands. And this is why places like Santa Marta make sense and also matters, and same with the assembly, because they're so critical as it allows us to go further. It allows us to be bolder, and to define what a true just transition looks like to us, right? Beyond what is currently negotiable within the UN corridors. And as a part of this feminist thinking, I also wanted to welcome everyone, because we are going to host a feminist teach-in tomorrow, April 1st at 12 p.m. UTC, where we will break down the mechanism, share the tools, and open the space for collective learning and strategy. And of course, everyone is warmly invited. I will share the link down in the chat. And I also wanted to go back to what Mela was talking about, centering care work and care economy within the Just Transition global framework, because we know that women and gender diverse people carry and act as buffer systems when our economies are hit by climate disasters and destructions. And the work that care workers carry is so fundamental to making any other work possible. And initially, when we brought in the conversation about care work and care economy, it was only the feminists in this space. No one else was speaking about it. We were immediately shut down, right? We were shut down by UN actors, we were shut down by parties because, stating that there is no linkage between climate and care work, and it is not something to be spoken about within the UNFCCC framework. You can take it to the ILO or the labor conversation that is happening out there. But we were petty enough to not take those suggestions into hand, but to really push forward what we believed in, the strategy that we believed in the intersections of care work and climate justice. And we got care work for the first time ever recognized in the COP30 decision text. So this also goes back to civil society power. And I know I don't have that much time, so I will just end quickly by really building on that and saying that feminists are not new to this work. We have been building the foundations of just transition long before it even became a formal agenda item, right? Through care economies, through community resilience, and through resistance to extractive systems. And the same systems that inflict violence on women's bodies are the same systems that inflict violence on planet and the planetary boundaries. So as feminists, we're also not just asking for a so-called seat at the table or to just be in the room, but rather we are the ones bringing the solutions. We are the ones bringing strategies and the system change. So when we talk about fossil fuels, when we talk about just transition, we need to recognize that feminists are already shaping what comes next. So if we are really serious about the just transition solutions that we are collectively building, it is important that feminist leadership is not considered as optional, but as a central driver to the collective work that we're doing. And I will end it there. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Aishka, for being with us. I just wanted to really appreciate your intervention and all of the speakers on this panel for your extraordinary, important conversation as we head into Santa Marta and beyond. I mean, this work has been going on before, and it's going to happen in Santa Marta, and it's going to continue, as we've been saying. But I particularly, Aishka, wanted to thank you for joining us, given the stressful situation you're in. Having bombs going off around you is no small matter. And I want to personally send you good thoughts for safety and well-being, most especially. Truly, truly, we love you, and we want you and your loved ones cared for, and we want these wars over. I don't know what else to say. They have to stop. It's insane. So we wish you well. And also, I also want to acknowledge Aishka, because we've been talking about architects, women as architects of solution. Aishka has been central to being an architect of this just transition mechanism, working with the women and gender constituency, and has done phenomenal work at an extraordinarily detailed level, those kinds of things where you're up all night on your computer, figuring out some nuanced, wonky policy interpretation so that you can convey what it is that we're wanting to see happen within these very challenging government spaces. So I just wanted to really give you a shout out for your labor and your intelligence and knowledge that you bring to this very moment. And so with that, we are going to close this panel. Again, I want to thank all of the presenters for truly an extraordinary look into the just transition framework, what we're dealing with, what we're wrestling for, what our hopes are. And I sort of just wanted to close with a thought about the just transition, which is, I'm looking at it as both our resistance, but also our imagination and courage. It's a form of resistance, but it's also our imagination of what's to come and the courage to pick that up and go forward. And I really thank you all for your imagination and courage and persistence that Indigenous people, Afro-descendant people, the labor unions, the women, the feminists have been doing for a very long time. It is time for our voices to be heard in implementation. And speaking of that, I wanted to mention right now we found out that there are 680,000, you got that right, 680,000 viewers tuning in on the live stream to these sessions that we're hosting today on the Assembly. So we're getting our word out there, and let's keep going. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and close the session. Thank you so much to all the presenters. And now we have the last part. I know we're running a little bit over time. We just have a few more elements. We have one final intervention, and then we're going to close with some action steps. For those of you who need to go or are tuning in and out, we will be having this live stream posted. It's being recorded, and we will be sharing out also the chat and the action steps and everything. So don't worry, you won't miss out. We will be doing follow-up and ensure that people have the information and that you have access to this on YouTube and on social media channels. So thank you. So we're honored for our final intervention, which is from a award-winning actress, Alicia Reiner. You may recognize her from Orange is the New Black or other shows. She's also a devoted mother, volunteer firefighter, singer, and outspoken environmentalist. And she's been a fossil fuel treaty champion from the very beginning. And we wanted to include her voice because, again, we've been talking about collective power, building out our ecosystem, reaching out to other spaces. And so for this, we're very thankful to Alicia for joining us and sharing a message with us. Thank you, Alicia.
Hi guys, thank you so much for having me. I am so honored to stand here among some of my fellow dandelions and heroes like Mary Robinson and our fearless leader, Zipporah. I am so moved to be part of this extraordinary group of women moving our world. Hi guys, thank you so much for having me. I am so honored to stand here among some of my fellow dandelions and heroes like Mary Robinson and our fearless leader, Zipporah. I am so moved to be part of this extraordinary group of women moving our world to a better place. I want to share a passage from the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty Artist Letter, which I helped craft and will be announced soon. We are artists, musicians, performers, poets, filmmakers, dancers, writers, and creators. We are storytellers and dreamers. We are the messengers of emotion and the amplifiers of hope. And we are adding our voices, loud, clear, unrelenting, to the global call for a fossil fuel treaty. That is why I am here. You just heard from visionaries about what a just transition looks like. As an artist, it is my calling to be a storyteller of possible futures and help us all rise together. We are fed dystopias left, right, and center, right? From the news to certain political leadership, social media, but together we can tell and live into a new story, a story of ending extraction, both of fossil fuels and how we treat fellow human beings. A story of 100% clean energy and a healthier planet. Together, we can tell a new story. We can write a new story. Now, I am part of Project Dandelion, and if you have not officially been pinned as a dandelion, I am virtually pinning you all right now. The idea of being a dandelion is to be part of a galvanization of climate passionate women, acknowledging we are all together the seeds and roots, the family of women, ensuring the climate protection and prosperity of this planet. That together we can do what I cannot do alone. Or in the words of Margaret Mead, one of my favorite quotes of all time, never doubt that a small group of thoughtful, committed, I'm adding particularly female citizens, can change the world. Indeed, it is the only thing that ever has. I think as women, we have the ability to hold multiple complex truths. We can live in this moment with its uncertainty and discomfort and let its injustice and inequities inspire us and be the fire that leads to new truths that can be born like a phoenix rising from the ashes. I want to thank you all so much for being here, for committing your time and energy and creativity and communities. Thank you for signing the treaty and sharing the treaty worldwide so someday we can all proudly say, I helped create a cleaner greener, safer world for all.
Thank you so much. We're so glad to have everyone here today for all of the messages and great words that everyone has spoken here. And for the final segment of our assembly, as I've been saying, we want to leave you with some actions, all of which will be posted in the chat, and we'll share them out through our different social media networks as well. First, you can endorse the Fossil Fuel Treaty and join the global effort to phase out fossil fuels. More than 1 million individuals around the world have already joined the call for a fossil fuel treaty. So it's not just for governments, though obviously we want governments who are engaged. It's for individuals, civil society organizations, indigenous nations, scientists, academics, business owners, health professionals, institutions. Everyone can join this call for a fossil fuel treaty, which will be one of the proposals that is brought to Santa Marta for governments to review. So we'll put that link into the chat. The second action, a call for bold and transformative government action in Colombia. So again, as you've been hearing over the last several hours, a lot of the action that's needed has to be driven by civil society. It has to be driven by the front lines, by indigenous people, by women and feminists, by the labor unions. We need to be able to state and direct what is going on and be strong about that. And as has been mentioned, this conference is going on from April, all week long, but the government portion is April 28th and 29th. And you're welcome to use a social media post that we've put together to call for governments to end the era of fossil fuels and build a healthy and just future for all generations. You can, of course, create your own, but we have created some social media posts and graphics for you so that we can get the message out there as a collective call for governments to take strong and bold action at the conference in Santa Marta. Third, you're welcome to join WECAN's Braiding Roots for Climate Justice What's Up group to stay connected around climate justice work. And we created this space, which has been evolving since a previous assembly we put together. And it's a space for women in all of their diversity and allies far and wide working at the intersection of climate justice and gender equity. So whether you're new to advocacy work, furthering your frontline leadership, or are an expert in your field, this is an online space for everyone to come together, cross-pollinate ideas, learn and grow from one another. And it's been really an exciting platform. A lot of us have been sharing reports or campaigns and being together in a collective space for ongoing communication. The community is designed to carry forward relationships, ideas, and collaboration from weekend events. And everyone is sharing their own work from their own organizations. So please go ahead and see that link in the chat to participate in the WhatsApp group. And then finally, you can find local mobilizations and more ideas for taking action in the lead up to the Santa Marta conference. Right now, we see there's organizing to join one of more than 1,000 satellite events globally leading up to the first conference on transitioning away from fossil fuels in April. So there's already a lot of activation, and you can check out the website that we're going to be leaving a link for in the chat that are ways for you to participate in ongoing momentum events on the lead up to the conference in April. So whether you're attending the conference in Santa Marta or organizing locally, you can visit the global map of distributed events and become part of a growing worldwide push to make fossil fuel phase out politically inevitable. And that's what we want, as many of our incredible presenters today have talked about, is that we need the political will. Well, we're looking at each other. This is the community of the political will. And the more that we put pressure on our governments and also define what we mean by just transition, that's how we're going to get the future we want. So with that, I wanted to say that WECAN has been truly honored to have hosted a gathering of such remarkable presenters and to be with all of you who have joined us from literally around the world, who are also doing incredible work in your own communities. Thank you all so much for joining us and for the work that you're doing and the fact that we do care so much about our future, about our planet, about our children, about life. Thank you. I also want to thank our 40+ partner organizations for your wonderful support, and particularly a huge, huge thanks to the amazing interpreters and our phenomenal organizing team of Jacqueline Duncan, Ashley Guardado, Catherine Quaid, and Jillian Lyon. I really want to thank all of my incredible team for the effort that they put out to put on these events, which is many, many, many hours of organizing and lots and lots and lots of work. So thank you all so much, especially to my team for putting this together. Our goal is to keep building a global women's climate justice action movement. We will continue on with our fierce love for each other, our tender love for each other, all generations, and our earth. So thank you all so much for participating in this assembly and this collective work going onward. Onward we go, onward we go. Thank you so much.